of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done on other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, it's Friday. The weekend is here for many of you. It's a long weekend. President's Day is Monday, which is a holiday, which is a dumb holiday. But nevertheless, it's a holiday, and you may have time off.
Hold on. We used to honor George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. We used to get each day. What do you mean, founding fathers. What do you mean,
Listen, but who takes President's Day? Everybody takes President's Day.
I take it off when the company tells me to take it off.
Oh, now that's the case. When we weren't getting it off, we were like, we're not on President's Day.
But it was a push. The old boss used to make us work Memorial Day when nobody was freaking listening.
Well, that's the point. This is one of those holidays I would love to push. That's what I mean. We can celebrate presidents, but the timing of this holiday is like, why can't this be Super Bowl Monday and not this Monday?
Well, the federal government and the National Football League need to get on the same page, and one entity needs to move it up, or one entity needs to move their game back. Either way, I'm with you. I think you could either, let's say, if you want to, Martin Luther King Day, you could take President's Day. I know some of these say these are not movable feasts, but the idea that it would be the Monday after the Super Bowl would be perfect.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So long weekend for many of you, and certainly us. I don't know. As I'm thinking back, Mike, who has captivated our imagination like Tiger Woods? And I'm watching today, and I'm sitting here and watching the Riviera Country Club, and this is Tiger's tournament, the Genesis Open. And, many of you know, a couple of years back, obviously, this is when he was leaving, he had the accident, and this was where they were at. But I'm sitting there, and I'm going, who have I wanted to watch in the world of sports like this? Like on a random Friday, and they're on, and you go, I got to find a way to watch them. I got to find a way to tune in. I don't know, is it on my cable, or do I have to get a streaming service? And the point is, when you think about the world of sports, right, and I don't know how old you are, but Mike, the only guy I can think of is, when Michael was in his prime, I'm talking about Michael Jordan, you had to find a way to watch the game, whether you're going to go to a bar, whether you were going to a friend's house. If Jordan was on, and specifically in the playoffs, because the regular season, is the regular season. But in the playoffs, it was captivating, right? You're like, I got to see what he's going to do. It seems like every tournament Tiger plays in, whether we know he's not ever going to be 100% again or not, it's just captivating, man. And people, like the gallery today, it's like, people are following this guy around like they've never seen Tiger Woods.
Yeah, man, and you and me were lucky enough to see him in his prime, and now you just, I love the guy. I never would have picked up the clubs if it wasn't for Tiger Woods, because I thought golf was elitist and snobby, because it was, and it still is in some circles. And I love the fact that this guy is, just battling, and I'd love to see, first make the cut. Can he make the cut and then see what he can do on Saturday and Sunday? But I'm with you. And with all due respect to all the guys, and I watched the first 4 episodes of Full Swing, which is the new Netflix docudrama on the PGA Tour, which last year, Carl, with the Live Tour, there's so many storylines. It's fascinating. But Tiger is the guy above anybody who's in the top 10 you want to see, and you want to see him do well. And again, if you're still hating on Tiger, that says more about you than Tiger, because nobody's perfect and yada, yada. But I'm with you 100%. I'm watching. I watched you and I during the commercial breaks we're watching. I'm intrigued. Can't stop.
Think about any sport, like even football, right? I mean, football is such a team game. Tom Brady retires. It's a big deal. Game is fine. Game is going to move on. We're on to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, 5 new stud quarterbacks in that draft last few years.
We're moving on. And it's no knock to Tom Brady. Great career, unbelievable, maybe never match. The league is fine. I just don't know if there's a guy that captivates you the way that Tiger Woods does. And that's the thing that astonishes me today as I'm sitting there and I'm going, I've seen him 8 million times. I know how his swing is. And I'm still there looking and watching. Is he going to hit this right? Is he going to hit the putt right? And I think from the world of sports, there are just very few guys that have ever done that, where you felt like, oh, yeah, I got to go watch, or I got to tune in. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. If there's a guy for you, let us know. We'd love to hear from you. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes, and, of course, this radio show, Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game, and across all other social media platforms, guys, Facebook, Instagram. We are all over the place. Lots to get to today, but I just, we were starting and talking about this Open because everybody's paying attention. He's not playing bad, by the way. For you non-golfers out there, this is one of those stories where if he plays good here, it gives, I think, a lot of people hope that maybe Mikey could win a major because it's the first time he's walked.
Yeah, but I mean, last year the idea, and again, even this year to see him, he didn't look the same. He walks with a bit of a pronounced limp. You see it. You see him. You and I mean, again, I hate to sound like a fanboy, but so be it that I'm a Tiger fanboy. When he's in a bunker, I'm like, oh no. Because anybody who plays golf, you got to get. And have you ever seen Riviera? There's a lot of hills, and anytime he's off the fairway, you're like, oh no, Tiger, because there could be one step, one misplaced foot, a gopher hole, whatever it would be, Carl, and then here we go again. So yeah, I'm definitely with you. I think Joe Montana was that guy, but you touched on it. Football is a team sport. As a kid, I worshiped Tom Seaver. Later on, it was Doc Gooden. I think if you're a Braves fan, you grew up watching Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz, and because that was the individual achievement within the team concept.
I would agree with that. Pitchers have this ability. Right. Nolan Ryan, you had to see it. Like, you didn't know if he was going to throw a no-hitter. I got to watch this. And to your point, Glavine, Maddox and Smoltz, they fit that same bill, Mike, because pitchers, it's just that individual thing that happens where I can completely control a game. I can shut a team down, and it will fascinate you. And I might do it not just one start. I may do it for the next 3 starts.
Now, the home run derby was one thing in its own with McGuire and Sosa. Later on, obviously, the luster came off for the obvious reasons. When Bonds was doing his thing and looking at maybe 2 good pitches an entire game, that was its own. Now, again, that's more nuanced if you're not a baseball fan. But
you're
that was
right.
Something.
No, and you're right, man, because everybody was wondering if he chased the record and whether what you thought of him. It was fascinating to watch. Davis E. says, listen, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you guys, Herschel, Dion, Vic, and he says Acuna.
Right.
See, that's how I not last year's Acuna because he was coming off this injury, was not 100%. I'm hoping we get the 2018, 2019 Acuna, guys. I'm telling you, he's still in 40 bases. He's going to be on point. But he's right. That's how I felt about Acuna, that you just felt like he's going to go 4 for 5 and do something special, make a crazy catch in the outfield. Now he's not playing center anymore, but, Mike, I'm with him on that.
Yeah, Mike Vick in 2002. I mean, that's one that is just amazing. I remember being in Vegas, the Minnesota run where he's bouncing off guys and takes it to the house. But that was the way. Of course, 2003. You're missing for much of the season because he gets hurt in the preseason. But 2004 and then 5 and 6. Yeah, there were moments, but you're right. The first year was just there was nothing like it. Nothing like it.
No, he came out and Michael Money Harris again for the short period of time. He was like, wow, what's he going to do? I'm curious to see how he follows it up. Brad hits us up. He says, Serena, the Williams sisters, but Serena, she was so damn good.
I was watching that U.S. Open now because that was her swan song, and I've watched more tennis in that week than I watched probably the last 10 years combined.
And that was the one where everybody was like, the stars came out,
to your
right?
point, right.
Yeah. All we're talking about is there are very few guys or women in sports that you just go, I got to see what's happening. I got to watch. I got to find a way to check this out. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about Tiger being at the Genesis, and that's, again, his tournament. The group is fun to watch. Him and Roy, it's like driving the ball back and forth. It's been a fun tournament to watch. But, again, don't know what he's going to do for the weekend, but I'm here for it.
I was just thinking because last night it was the dual races for the Daytona 500. The field is now set. We'll talk more about that with Squid coming up later. But I'll just give you one racing example from Formula One and from NASCAR. Formula One, Michael Schumacher. When he was coming out, when he was starting out, Ayrton Senna. The guy was a maestro in the car. And then Earnhardt, because he never really qualified that well, Carl, so you'd always have the race within the race, watching him make his way from the back of the field to the front, and he usually did it pretty quickly. So there was kind of the race within the race. But yeah, man, we're just talking about the folks that you really do kind of get up in your seat to see.
Post is up at Dukes and Bell 929. Who's the one athlete, past or present? And by the way, we're talking about Tiger. It doesn't have to be because, like I said, depending on your age, it could be somebody. If you listen to people, Mike, that saw Magic for the first time and Showtime Lakers, they were like, I had to watch the Magic show. It was incredible.
Well, Fricky says Walter Johnson on the text line was unbelievable. He said when the big train had it going and you were a Senators fan, there was nothing like it.
Polls up at Dukes and Bell 929. Tom Brady, LeBron. I mean, who is it for you? Gretzky?
Yeah, Gretzky.
It doesn't matter the sport. Right? People will tell you who saw him. Muhammad Ali. If he fought, right. I had to see Muhammad Ali fight. Okay? That's what we're talking about. And there just are probably a handful of these guys. You may throw somebody out there that we're not, going to say, oh, wow, but there's no wrong answers. I just think there's probably about 10 of these guys or ladies that you go, I had to stop or I took off. Or I bought it, whatever it was, Mike, pay-per-view, whatever it was going to be.
And now, again, with Tiger, and again, it's been, I've read every book that's been written about him, and I know it's been a roller coaster of an experience for the fans and obviously certainly for Tiger, but I just think a guy like that at this stage of his career, I don't know how you don't root for him. Anybody who's rooting against him, I don't really get that.
Yeah, I don't
I
even.
think he's made his mistakes, and yes, he probably could have been a hell of a lot nicer when he was coming up, and that's, well, we don't have a time machine, so here we are now.
Yeah.
The media and the PGA Tour sure gets along with him now, okay.
John Williams says, guys, Phelps in the Olympics. He's right. Now, it wasn't, again, that is such a moment in time, right, that we're so focused on. But like when Michael Phelps is going on for those medals, Mike, I was all in.
Well, I don't really follow swimming, so I wouldn't know what I'm watching. But Usain Bolt, I know who the fastest guy running 100 meters is in the world. And that was always something.
It was fun, and you had to see it. All right, more on this coming up. Chuck Smith's going to join us, guys. Derek Carr is going to visit the Jets. Jets. All right, we're going to talk about that. We'll also talk about some of the guys Chuck's looking at as we start to prepare for the Combine. Coming up on Dukes and Bell. Dukes and Bell. Appreciate all the input. Poll questions up, and it's really just about you answering the question. It's not even choices. It's the one athlete, past or present, who always you had to stop and watch when they were playing their sport. And a lot of great answers coming in, man. I can't tell you. Somebody even mentioned Ronda Rousey. Now, if you're not an MMA fan, you go, she was hot for a minute and was tapping people out.
Right.
Like every match, she was submitting people. And it became one of those things. I got to see this Ronda Rousey. So it's interesting to hear. Michael Phelps is a big guy on this, the answering sheet, or the sheet, should I say. And then also, Mike, somebody said, I'm looking at this now. Somebody said the Serena, what was the one that kind of got me? Oh, that one. Yeah. Human highlight film. Dominique. They said Dominique. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Does he get that love like he should? He was so fun to watch,
Yes,
man.
I mean, if you again, it's the old Atlantitis thing, smaller market time. Back then, if you put him in New York, put Neek in a Bulls jersey, put him in a Celtics jersey, it's a different vibe. But everyone I've talked to, all the guys that had tickets back in the old days, it was unbelievable. The Omni, they said it was electric. Like that waffle iron roof was going to fall off.
All right, you heard the music. That means Chuck Smith is here. Let's talk some football, shift gears a little bit. Chuck, I got to ask you a question before we get into some of this other stuff. Derek Carr's visiting the Jets today. He's going to get to pick and choose pretty much where he wants to go. All right, I just want to ask you this. Would you trade for Lamar Jackson?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
He's an MVP. He's number one. He can run. He's a guy who's shown that when his receivers and he has a competent group, he can, throw through the air. But guys, he's a franchise quarterback. Number one. He's only 26 years old. He's won an MVP. Now, I'm not sure how many we've had outside of Matt Ryan with the Atlanta Falcons.
Sure.
But he's won one. So he was a lot younger. I mean, and then when you look at the way this offense is constructed, you got a running game. He can have success there. The offensive line that can run. Defense has nothing to do with this. If I can get him, I mean, listen, we talked about this. The only way, there's no other way for us to win a championship. If we're serious about the championship business as an organization, as fans, you got to get one of those Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. You got to get one of those Jalen Hurts. And if Jalen Hurts can take the Philadelphia Eagles to the Super Bowl, listen, I believe Lamar Jackson can do that and even more.
You're not worried, Chuck? And the only reason I said if it was 3 years ago, I'd be with you shoulder to shoulder on Lamar Jackson. I just worry about missing games, playoff record, a lot of sacks. And I'm wondering why the numbers have gone the way they have since he was that MVP you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I think he has to do a lot. I mean, it's not exactly like he has the receivers to throw to. I mean, but Mike, I do understand that injury factor. But that's just part of the game. Whether it's Josh Allen or any of them. Let's look at Tua Tagovailoa. He got hurt. He was in the pocket. So injury's going to come. You can't worry about that. I mean, from the standpoint if you're going to go win the championship. I mean, I hear you. But all kind of quarterbacks get hurt in different ways. But that's definitely something, Mike, that you do have to consider. But, guys get hurt a lot of different ways. And you'd like to think that, he'd have the kind of offense where you can get the ball out and you can be a limited runner like Patrick Mahomes and not have to run, for 100 yards a game.
We're talking with Chuck Smith, guys. Shifting gears, I just wanted to ask you that because we saw this Derek Carr thing, and listen, there's going to be a lot of talk about Lamar. Say what you want. Lamar is the number one free agent on the market because of all the things you said. Number one free agent on the market, and that's why somebody will take a chance. Don't know if it's us. I'm just saying somebody's going to take a chance at trading for him and making sure that if he's on the market, they're going to try to get that guy. Let's talk about where you are headed and certainly what's going on with you. You're going to start training guys, getting ready for the HBCU combine as well as the regular combine. Talk a little bit about this process, Chuck.
Well, with the HBCU combine first, it's powered by the NFL. The NFL is, in conjunction with the HBCU Hall of Fame, and they're putting this on, and it's a pretty good deal, and it's really the exact same thing that you'd see in Indianapolis, and when it comes to the running, all the 40s and all of the bench, all that stuff's going to happen where I come in at. I'm the defensive line instructor over the position-specific drills on the field. It's going to be down in New Orleans, and they got a really good group of HBCU players out there that are coming this year. I feel it's an upgrade over the past. And I think because a lot of HBCU players have had success, and I think it's going to be a good thing. But I'll tell you one thing that even as I'm talking, is so I remember when Deion Sanders said, "Why can't we just have one bigger combine?" That's not what I'm going to talk about. But it's weird still saying, and I kind of agree with him. But it's weird for me even saying I hate the separation of the HBCU combine and the regular combine. Even me saying it rolling off my tongue a little bit, Carl, Mike. It's still a little divisive to me from that standpoint.
It is Big Chuck Smith, and he'll be working with all the elite pass rushers or making the other pass rushers elite as they get ready for the draft this year. Joins us on the WadeFord.com hotline. Yeah, man, this draft, and we spent a little time yesterday in a Falcon Report looking at the best athletes, looking at some of the options. Would you be upset if we went offensive tackle in the draft this year? Or has it got to be edge rush?
No, I wouldn't be upset, but I would be, thinking that we could serve, but we need to get a guy inside. You need a big guy that can get pushed in the middle, and you need an edge. But here's my thing about the edge. We can't get no edge. I mean,
got that right.
Hey, Mike, this sounds like we did a couple years ago. What was he saying? We kept saying every year we need O-line. Now we don't need more O-line. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, we don't need an edge. We got edges. I mean, we got to let the process. We got Malone. We got Ogundeji. I'm not sure if he's still under contract or what his deal is. But, okay, we got Ebiketie. No, we need a guy inside. To me, if there's a cornerback or something out there, I wouldn't have a problem with that, or a safety.
Right.
But to me, we can't. If you go get another edge, if you go get another edge, you're saying you don't believe in the guys we got enough. I'm just saying. Everything was a lot of hype about Malone and Ebiketie, and they haven't even had their real shot yet to work as a tandem, or So if Lorenzo Carter's not there, not sure how that'll work. Those guys should get more reps, and hopefully they'll earn it. But definitely, you can't, man. We can't be going to get no edge.
Hey, just as a follow-up, and by the way, he won't be there. He'll be gone by every guesstimation. But Will Anderson, Will Anderson was everybody's number one defensive player, and Jalen Carter's maybe a little bit better on somebody's charts. What was up with Will Anderson in the Alabama defense this year, or is he still that rock star player?
I think Will's a good player. I think there's some development there. I think Will needs to learn how to use moves. I don't think Will really has developed high performance moves. I think. That's just part of the process. When he's at Alabama, he could run over guys and run through them. But you know what? Anytime you become the quality player Will was, and how he was respected and feared by other teams, they double him, they slide protection to him, and it's hard for a young college guy to figure that out. I think he's going to be a good pro. I think Jalen will be a good pro who's at Georgia. Again, there still is a development phase for him, for all the guys pretty much as pass rushers. But I like both of those guys. Will Anderson just develop some moves, because he's going to have to be a move guy. He's let me just compare him to Aiden Hutchinson, who I compare him to. Aiden's not the fastest or the twitchiest guy. I don't know how much quickness and really explosive quickness, Will from that standpoint has, but his body and his potential is that of a Pro Bowl. So he'll have to do it with moves, not necessarily coming off the corner like a Von Miller.
34.5 sacks in his career at Alabama. As we talk about Will Anderson, projected to be top 10, could be easily top 5 because of the ability Chuck's talking about. It's Chuck Smith with us here on Dukes and Bell on a Friday, guys. As we get ready to start evaluating some of these players that we're going to be spending a lot of time with, or at least about, over the next few months. And, what are you looking at when you start to train a guy? I had a guy ask me this question, and I thought it was interesting because he said, listen, we hear Chuck talk about these guys, but, like, when he sees a guy, is it like a golf swing where you're trying to change the technique? You're changing the swing of a guy when you're talking about these pass rush moves? And I said, I don't know. Well, ask Chuck when he comes back on. I wanted to ask you.
Passion. First thing is passion. Pass rushers, you got to have a certain kind of passion for the game. And one of the things that I ask them, I have something called a pass rusher knowledge challenge. First thing I asked the pass rusher, I said, I want you to name the top 15 pass rushers according to career sacks of all time. I give them 5 minutes to study, and I give them 5 minutes to write it down. Because I give them, some of them don't know, but my thing is this: if you don't know at least 4 or 5, and remember, I'm giving them 15, and if you can't write down a couple, to me that says a lot about you, because them guys who love the game, they know what their history is about. Then when I put them on the field, I check out, number one, their ability to retain pass rush move information. Can you retain the moves? When I teach you something, can you go and execute it? Then the next step, Carl, is do you do what I teach you on the field? Do you try to do the spin? And will you – because the thing is, guys, we knew there were dinosaurs on this planet because we know the bones are out there. We know that moves are successful because we see other guys using them. You know what I'm saying? So those are important, guys. But then you got dumb pass rushers. You got smart pass rushers. Dumb guys don't take that information and take it to the field, and they keep doing things that other guys that are success do. You know, so and then you got guys also, and I'm sure there's coaches that are listening and strength coaches and speed coaches, and they get caught up into, well, if I get bigger, stronger, faster, I'm going to be better. Man, you got guys in the Pro Bowl that couldn't break a 5 flat or bench 225 20 times. Skill is number one. So any coach out there, guys, that's listening, for you the great development, it helps to have speed and strength. That's cool, but it doesn't hurt not to have it if you have high performance, skill, technique, and the knowledge to execute. Skill is number one. So they need to make sure that they keep that in context when you try to have balance between your program is 30 minutes lift, 30 minutes speed. And let's just do like 2 minutes on these little pass rush drills. Can't do that.
But, you know, when you talk about getting guys to the next level, I know we moved out of our defensive coaching staff. Guys like Chris Jones, Frank Clark, you look at obviously what they just saw in the Chiefs. Some of those guys, they took them a while to develop to where they are now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it does take time. You know, Frank and Chris, and that's what we're talking about. I said, Arnold, listen, Arnold, if he comes in this year, I'm just using him as an example, and doesn't kill it, I'm not giving up on him. Got to keep developing. It takes guys. It takes a few years for some guys to have success, and so I'm not throwing them out. I'm totally with that. That's how a little bit of my career happened. But in the modern day, there are guys that happens like that all the time. So you gotta. But when you draft a guy as a pass rusher, you gotta be like, almost like the quarterback. I gotta groom him. I gotta let him get out there. He's gonna fail, and then he's gonna have success. But you can't give up on him.
Chuck, man, great stuff. Looking forward to how this all shakes out as we start looking ahead here the next couple of weeks with the combine information we'll be getting out on some of these players. Man, get us out of here. Have a great weekend, Chuck.
All right, guys. Live life every day like it's 3rd and 8. And must-watch TV for me, Muhammad Ali.
There it is.
I had to watch him. Ali.
Right. Great stuff, man. A lot of people are mentioning guys like Tony Hawk. This is interesting because, again, the X Games came around. There's people, Mike, that they were skaters. This is what they did. And this guy brought light to a sport and a skill that a lot of people enjoyed casually, and he made it special. And if you saw Tony Hawk skating, he might do something that you've never seen.
The thing with Chuck brought up, in addition to the fights, which in the old days, pay-per-view would be in a movie theater and your dad would go with your uncle and see, was like ABC's Wild World of Sports. And Saturday, Muhammad Ali, even being simply interviewed by Howard Cosell. Now, if he was doing one of those crosstalks with Joe Frazier, some chairs were going to get overturned.
Oh, yeah.
It was going to be on. It was going to be, you couldn't miss it. And that's when the TV stopped at 13, baby. Everybody was watching.
We're talking about it because Tiger's playing, and I just said, listen, I don't know who captivates me more in the world of sports when he's on, even whether he's winning or losing. It has nothing to do with why I'm so fascinated by watching. All right, more on that coming up. We're coming back. When we do, we're at the All-Star break. We're going to talk about that and more next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. I would love to tell you that I'm super excited about All-Star Weekend, but I'm not. Partly due to the fact that we don't have a guy that we can cheer for and watch Mike and say, hey, our dude's there. Hey, we got a guy from the Hawks. So part of that is the letdown of not having a guy that's going to be representing the squad. But the game itself, I will probably watch and pay attention because it's the NBA, and I'll check it out because it's the All-Star game. But as far as the weekend is concerned, I'm not necessarily overly excited. And today I was like, why? We don't got anybody there. If it was DJ or Trey, I might feel differently about it.
Yeah, A.J. Griffin in the Future Stars game. Unless you're the hardcore fan, not exactly household names in the slam dunk contest other than Kenyon Martin's son, Trey Murphy, a guard.
Wait, Trey Murphy is a guard or a guy named Guard?
No, Trey Murphy is a guard.
Guard, yeah, okay.
And he's got hops, and sure he'll put on a show. But it just let's see here. Who else is in there? Mac McClung.
Okay.
And Jericho Sims.
Jericho?
Yeah.
Not the wrestler.
No.
Okay.
But that is your slam. Who's excited? Who's fired up? Slam dunk contest. Who's with me on that?
What about the three-point contest? Give me some names. That's what I want to hear. Who's going to shoot lights out in the three-point contest?
Yeah, let's take a look at that right now.
All right.
As soon as it loads up on my computer. Chris, who's in it?
Saturday night.
I think Tyrese Halliburton's in it.
The man who beat out our star Trae Young for the All-Star game.
He is. Lauri Markkanen, who's been leading the Utah Jazz. Right. Dame Lillard, obviously. Dame's having an unbelievable year.
A star's actually going to compete in one of these things.
Jason Tatum.
How about that?
Okay. Kevin Huerter.
Red Velvet.
Oh, wait. You mean the Kevin Huerter that we traded away?
Oh, yeah.
To stay under the
luxury
tax?
Oh, yeah. He's in the three-point shootout.
And which has affected our three-point shooting this season? That Kevin Huerter?
I need a hero. Tyler Hero.
Correct, Beau.
Anthony Simmons.
Yeah.
Simons. That's it. Buddy Hield, the old Oklahoma player.
This isn't a bad field.
No, that's a good field. Because I know for the guys.
Correct. And that's part of the issue. But the All-Star Weekend, Utah, that's Saturday night, 8:30. So I'll set the DVR, and I'll go back maybe and watch and see if I'm busy or we're out or whatever. But to Mike's point, that's the deal. The slam dunk contest, here's the deal. I'm over it. I just am.
There's just only so many ways one can dunk a basketball.
Well, here's the problem, Mike. When we were growing up, to see these dunks, you only saw them there. Now, with the advent of YouTube and social media, I can give you guys 3 sites right now. You can go see guys dunk, and they'll be better dunks than what you'll see on Saturday night. And the fact is, these are like dudes from the street on the block. Yeah. These are not NBA players.
Well, I'd rather see Escalade, but he's gone now.
So that's part of the problem. If I can go to YouTube and go click, best dunk, best street dunk, best whatever, and I see a guy jump over 6 people, I'm not going to see that at the slam dunk contest.
When
it's just taking something away from it.
It's just not the same juice.
I love in dunk games. I mean, in the game,
in some cases it's a big momentum shift. In some cases it signifies nothing, like Bridges when he was with Charlotte because we came back, hit a 3, we won the game. But sometimes it's that big emphatic boom moment which changes the vibe of the game.
Like Ja, right? When Ja dunked on, who was that? He dunked on the Spurs this year, and you were just like, oh, there's nothing in those. Yeah, Birtle. And this is twice he's dunked on him, right? If I remember correctly. But
like when Dwight Howard puts on a cape, okay, using a prop, but at least it sticks in your head. It was something. It was a big guy getting up in the air.
Sure.
We talked about Blake Griffin, whose career is kind of just a dude now, but Blake Griffin jumping over the hood of a Kia. It was still, people got excited. But then you go back to what we remember, the biggest names. It's hard to imagine a slam dunk contest with Larry Nance and Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins and Clyde Drexler.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the great. That's the thing. The guys who are really the aerial artists or the big names. Look, I don't expect LeBron to do this. He's up in age now. But you just wish, like when you see Vince Carter and Dominique doing the game with Bob Rathman the other night, and you take you back to when those guys were in the slam dunk contest. It was something special.
It was different, no doubt. And I know it sounds like, in my time, but I just think part of the fascination was you were going to watch a slam dunk contest and you weren't going to get those dunks anywhere.
But these were superstars who played in the NBA, and they did everything, but their calling card was above the rim stuff.
You're absolutely right.
And these are just a bunch. And look, the guys in the slam dunk contest, maybe they'll go on and do some great things. But right now, And I just the casual. Again, we talk about the casual fan. The moment, oh wow, it doesn't happen for me. I'm with you. I'll just if something big pops, I'll see a highlight on ESPN on SportsCenter.
It is Dukes and Bell, Turtle behind the glass, our engineer, Beau Morgan, executive producing on a Friday. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
While we're talking about the NBA, let's hear KD finally speaking. And Mike, he's upset with the way things ended in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I was upset that we couldn't finish. I thought we would have some good momentum. We were finally building the culture that we always wanted. Every game, we were building our chemistry. But I didn't know what was going on with Kyrie and his situation with the organization. So I didn't really focus on that. I only focused on what we were doing on the court. And it was a blow to our team. It just took away our identity. He was a huge, huge part of what we do. His game, he's a Hall of Fame player, a great, great player that can do everything on the floor, and we relied on that. So without him, we didn't have a clear identity. So that was tough for me to stomach, and I love playing with those guys throughout the year. I felt like we had dudes that were stepping up and doing stuff that they didn't do on their previous team. So I enjoyed everything about it, and it was tough to not finish the season, but, I just tried to move forward as quickly as I can and try to figure something out for myself, but also still focus on trying to rehab and get back. So it all happened so fast, but I'm glad it worked out this way.
He didn't know because Kyrie didn't talk to him. The two biggest stars on the team, he's like, yo, bro, I'm not digging this. I'm not signing a deal here. I'm leaving. You don't text him. You don't TikTok him. You don't Facebook him. You don't Instagram him.
Or just walk across the locker room and talk to him.
However you want to communicate. I think that's the most revealing part when Kevin's like, yeah, I really didn't know what was going on with Kyrie. You guys wanted to play together.
I mean, on face value, everything you said, it's kind of, it's how things went down. And Kyrie, there was a lot of extra baggage to unpack this year. His suspension, the stuff last year when he couldn't play in New York City because of the vax rules. There's a lot of stuff going on. But, it's Durant hears and knows everything. He's come on. We already know how he's got rabbit ears like anybody. So it's I don't know. I got to call a little shenanigans on that. To your point, you have no idea you get blindsided by this. Come on.
Meanwhile, Tiger Woods 1 under as he's playing the Riviera Country Club. It is round 2 today. Coming off of round 1, he had 3 birdies in a row yesterday. Got a lot of people excited about what could happen today in the run. Here's what he said.
Same time, just the feeling of the butterflies and trying to calm all that stuff down, the adrenaline, the ball goes further, even though it's cold out here. And we adapted very quickly. And as I was alluding to earlier, it was unbelievable pairing. So to have those 2 great guys and 2 great loops on the bag, Bonesy and Joey go back forever. So it was a lot of fun.
Of course, you're talking about Rory and JT, Justin Thomas. They're playing again today. We will keep you updated throughout the course of the afternoon, but they've made their turn on the back 9. Hey, Mike, as we talk about the Chiefs coming off the Super Bowl, I found it interesting that Josh Allen was saying he feels like the Bills need to have more of what the Chiefs have. And I think is he talking about creativity? Is he talking about more offense? Listen to this. This is Josh Allen.
To be the best, you got to beat the best. And, we didn't get that opportunity this year in the playoffs, and or we didn't take advantage of our opportunities, I guess you could say. If you look at him statistically and what he's been able to do in his first 4, 5, 6 years in this league, it's kind of unmatched by anybody. So, they're the mantra of what you want to be, how you need to do it, because again, they're just constantly in the AFC Championship game. He's been in 3 Super Bowls now. Like, we got to find ways to, it's a copycat league, so you got to find ways to be like them.
Well, Dorsey replaced Brian Dable, who got the Giants' head coaching job. You look at their running backs: Singletary, James Cook, Zach Morris, McKenzie. They got a lot of the same like group of weapons. Now Pacheco came out of like the 7th round and just was unbelievably athletic for the Chiefs. Diggs, you could argue, is Davis as good and a number 2 as what? Well, I mean, let's be honest. Tyreek Hill left, and they did it with a sum of parts wide receiver core.
They did.
Dawson Knox is not Travis Kelce, but he's pretty good. I guess what I got from that, the way I read it, is get me another wide receiver, and let's be a little more creative. Get me one more playmaker, and then let's we'll see if we can get some juice out for that. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you.
And Gabe Davis had 7 touchdowns this year, 11 touchdowns for Diggs, and but yeah, it is interesting that they did fizzle. And a lot of it was he wobbled. He had a couple of wobbles, Josh Allen did late in the season.
They need in my opinion.
They should have lost to the Dolphins.
No. I agree. With what was it, the third-string quarterback at the time? But I'm looking at the Bills, and they picked late, obviously, in this draft. But, Mike, if they go get my guy Bijan Robinson from Texas.
Giddy up.
Difference maker, and it takes so much pressure off of Josh. Because now he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's an unbelievable running back. He should be gone by then, but you know how this thing goes. We'll talk more about the draft and more of what's coming up in our NFL Blitz, including what's going on with a New Orleans Saints running back who's in trouble. Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well.
Sports Radio 92. Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Hope you're having a great Friday. Look, this weather's going to clear up. It's going to be a beautiful weekend. We talked about President's Day Monday. Many of you are going to be off for a holiday. We certainly will be. So it's going to be a lot better than all this rain that we've gotten. Man, I'm sick of the rain.
Yeah, it was just gray and kind of bleh, but the sun is cracking through. A beautiful day right now.
You
and him
walking in the rain.
Come on, Chris. You were holding
hands, and I never be the same. I'm sick of this rain.
By the way, when I was doing top 40 to start my career, Orange Juice Jones, great track. Gets a long version, like 9 minutes.
It is long.
I could run down to 7-Eleven, get a coffee, come back to where the studio was.
It's still playing.
Yeah, the song will still be going. Still lock yourself out. You'd be all right.
Yeah, I just, I don't know, man. I'm like, everything's wet and green and moldy, and I'm like, can we get some sunlight?
Now I'm thinking of long songs I could go to the bathroom to. New Order, Blue Monday. That's
true.
Anyway, but it's just sunshine where we live here for a reason. I know pollen is starting to kick because that's why I was getting all funky earlier this week with the throat. But this is the time and place you love being in Atlanta. Start playing some golf, getting out in your routine, because I don't love golf enough to play when it's 40 degrees out there and it's just, cart path only. No way, Jose.
I do. I just don't like the wet conditions. That's the thing. I can take the cold. I just don't like the wet conditions.
I need some roll on my drive, Joe.
With it wet, you're not getting anything. There's no doubt.
Sticking like that.
Let me ask you guys something, and then we're going to get to an NFL blitz. And Chris, I want to play these two Justin Fields sound bites. Justin went on a podcast, okay? And the irony is we were just talking about Justin earlier this week, and I said that Jason Lock-on-4, who I do a podcast with called In the Huddle, had said he spoke to one general manager who felt like after the Senior Bowl that he was convinced that the Bears are going to try to move on from Justin Fields. And we discussed it. We were down at State Farm, as a matter of fact, on, was it Wednesday? For the game. And Justin went on a podcast, but as Derek Carr visits the Jets, and he's continuing this, I'm going to visit all the teams that are interested in me, and we'll see where he potentially lands. I want you to hear about what Justin said about being drafted. If he would have been drafted by the Falcons, this was his response to one of the questions on this podcast.
I mean, it would have been sick to see you play just out of the, Michael Vick comparisons that would have naturally happened there. But since you're from the South, did you want to play near your hometown?
It would have been cool, my dad had season tickets growing up, so I would always go to, games with him, but it would have definitely been a story. Even this past year when we played Atlanta, it was I just got so many flashbacks just driving around the stadium, just thinking about the, different tailgating spots me and my dad used to go to when I was a kid. So I was getting emotional. I was like, wow,
talking about his dad, and Pablo, thank you. He's a big listener of the program. Listen, the Fields family, they're here. They're from here. They rep Georgia. And Justin's just talking about, that's like a childhood dream. It's sort of like Michael Money Harris.
Right. Playing for the Braves, man. Grew up watching the Braves.
It's the same thing. So it didn't happen. But for those of you who are like, he didn't want to be here, I told you then he wanted to be here. It wasn't his decision to be here.
We were, again, it seemed at the time like a perfect fit. And again, we're not going to debate what happened at Georgia, although everybody has a theory. But he goes out to Ohio State, and I was won over by this guy. I mean, we knew he had the skills, we knew he had the cannon for the arm, but that Clemson semifinal game was unbelievable. Where, the hits he took, delivering the football. That's what makes it so peculiar. Why the accuracy has been an issue at times for him in Chicago. Now, come play in a dome. Play Mercedes-Benz. He's already made those comments. I prefer in a roofed stadium. I would too if I was a Chicago Bears fan. Who the hell wants to sit there and freeze your butt off? I mean, look, I get the working man hero crap. I sat there with my dad at Giant Stadium. It ain't fun. I mean, you get no freaking way. 20 degrees with a wind chill over there in the swamps of the Meadowlands. No, that was not fun. Okay? Beating the 49ers was fun. Beating the Redskins then was fun. But, actually sitting through it, not exactly great. But it is interesting because everything now is kind of under a microscope now that between the Jason Lock-on-4 report and him doing some interviews, I wonder if Bears fans are getting antsy if they like him, or maybe out the door if they don't like him.
Yeah. Listen, I think being honest about things and saying, hey, if I would have been drafted by my hometown team, if you got a problem with that, you're a bad sports fan. Seriously, I don't think there's anybody who grew up in any particular city and then their hometown team had a chance to take them and they didn't take them and they go, man, I wish I would have played there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I will say,
you can't help where you were born.
No,
right?
you can't. I mean, it's the stupid thing. Like when I got here, you're not from. Get out of here. Like you get to choose. But at the end of the day, here's what Mike was talking about. When Fields was saying, I hope we get a dome-type stadium, they have purchased the land. The Bears are going to get, it's 326-acre property. They are going to get a new stadium here as they move along. But this is what Fields said about the dome situation.
Thing is about that weather is like when it's that cold, you have to bundle up, like put a bunch of layers on and stuff like that, and your body's cold, so you're not warmed up. So I feel like way slower in that cold weather, so it's tough. But it's hard to stay warm in that weather. Warm ups and stuff like that, your hands freezing up, so it's tough. I hope we just get a dome. I don't care if we're at Soldier Field. I don't care if we're in Arlington Heights. I hope we get a dome.
Now the proposal is 61,000 seat stadium with a roof. We will see what happens, but that is what they're talking about. It's going to create all these jobs, and it's a big deal in the state of Illinois, but certainly in the Chicago area because people didn't want the stadium to move. They wanted to tear Soldier Field down, stay there, and stay in that area, and they didn't.
It was always, for those who've never seen Soldier Field, it was unbelievable. If you go back, how monstrous it is, the Roman columns, and I mean, it's the memorials of World War II and everything else outside. But dropping that spaceship inside it just never aesthetically looked right. And the weather, I mean, it is brutal. If you ever had a chance to be up there for a game. But, yeah, to move it out to the burbs, that's, everybody also wants to have an entertainment complex next to their stadium.
You're right.
That's what the Rangers have done it down in Texas between Cowboys where the AT&T Stadium is. Everybody wants to sort of take a piece of what we're doing over at the Battery and make it their own.
It's what's going on.
And you control that, and the Bears make more money.
They make a killing. The Braves are making a killing. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, guys. We're going to get into a storyline that we'll be paying a lot of attention to when it comes to our Braves spring training underway. We may have the best bullpen in baseball, and I'm not just saying that. We'll tell you more coming up here in about 10 minutes. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
NFL Blitz brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Mike, do you we saw Jalen Hurts do it in the Super Bowl, but we've seen it all season. Line up for a quarterback sneak. The backs are in. It's almost like winning formation.
Right.
And then the ball snapped and everybody's pushing. Push!
It's rugby.
Push!
It's rugby.
And they push the quarterback across the line of scrimmage to get the first down. Cam Hayward of the Steelers, Mike, says, wait a minute. This is illegal. Listen.
It's illegal, and then they're
No,
never
it's
set.
legal. It's legal.
It is
It's
illegal.
legal.
It's illegal.
No,
They're
no.
never set.
No, it's
if you
legal.
watch it, the O-linemen are never set on those.
He's not happy.
Okay.
You're bad.
Oh,
You're
wow. I'm triggered.
Do you think the rules should be changed, though?
Yes, it should be changed. And there's never a given time. They hurry up to the ball. No one's ever set. They're rolling forward. I have this on tape. We can watch it. We can find some tape on this. I'm always these fourth downs because, no, it's always skewed to the offense.
Well, everything is skewed. That's Ironhead's son, by the way, great kid, now a great man. But yeah, it is legal, just like when the defense can do multiple stunts before the ball is snapped on the defensive side of the ball. You can move over, slide. Georgia does it all the time.
Yeah.
In an effort to get guys to false start. So, I mean, there is some quid pro quo when it comes to the shenanigans at the line of scrimmage. But I love it. I played rugby. I love the rugby stuff. And it's kind of neat to watch, especially now. In the old days, it seemed like the refs used to swallow the whistle. Okay, forward progress is stopped. Now they seem to let things go. Now, if you want to complain about that, because it seems like that rule has evolved, hasn't it?
It has. It really has.
I mean, that used to be something where nothing would happen for a second. Okay, blow the whistle. Now they really let things, the scrum kind of move forward and backwards.
I mean, Cam's saying something, and I'm thinking it feels illegal.
Yeah.
Because
you're pushing the guy from behind. Yeah.
The success rate of getting that first down versus what we traditionally have seen with quarterbacks just, and now I'm just trying to reach across, and Mike, you don't get it sometimes. I don't know. It feels illegal, but I don't know if the league and the competition committee are going to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Jonathan Gannon is the new coach with the Arizona Cardinals. There's a video out. He went to visit, right? He goes in, he gets the job. He's getting ready to fly back out. So literally it was one day in. He's leaving the facility. Guy says, Coach, Murray's in the weight room. Kyler Murray's in the weight room. So you see Gannon running. He's running down the hall. And he runs down the hall, and Kyler Murray comes out the weight room. And he's rehabbing, guys. And literally Murray's like, what's up, Coach? And they dap each other up. And he says something to him in his ear because they're filming it. Arizona Cardinals filmed it. And they film it. And it looks really cool and dramatic. And you're like, wow, okay, do they know each other? What's going on? Who knows how good they'll be? But that was this meeting for the first time of Gannon and his quarterback. Now, he won't have Kyler Murray to start the season. Nope. But here's what he said, Mike, about his vision for the team.
We're going to be adaptable. We're going to be violent. We're going to be explosive. And we're going to be smart.
Okay. Buzzword. I mean, that's like...
They are. They are.
I mean, it's like cue cards for coaches. You and I should start writing these speeches for these guys. We're going to be violent. We're going to be adaptable.
We're going to be violent.
Yeah. But Beau just said to me, it's all
We're going to be physical. We're going to be smart.
Why is it not that? That's real. Why is the meeting between Jonathan Gannon and his quarterback come on, Beau?
He going to run down the hall?
He did.
Where the hell's Kyler Murray going? He's got a bad knee. He ain't getting away from anybody.
He was working out in the weight room.
Did they play the theme from Brokeback Mountain?
Hold on. What's that? Kyler's here. I got to go. Kyler, I love you.
Hug me.
And he
Hug
did.
Me now.
Yeah, they'll be cussing each other out in 2 weeks.
Oh, come on.
See the last few weeks with Cliff Kingsbury on the sideline. He'll be yelling at you soon.
You guys are such negative
That's
Nellies.
how that's going to end. Kyler Murray's going to cuss out the whole squad in
It was
year
a love
2.
affair. Him and Cliff were bestie buddies there for a minute, too. It always starts sweet.
It's a new beginning. What do you guys? You guys don't believe in anything.
Remember when Kyler was so
he's a
happy to
bitter
get
pill.
DeAndre?
Yes.
Remember? Oh, I love DeAndre Hopkins. You mother blinker. That's how it ends. There you go, right there. Fake. Fake news.
Beau,
Fake
it's
news.
on film.
Hey, Patrick Peterson said he's phony. Guy's a phony.
You talking about Kyler Murray?
Yeah, phony. So, hey, man, it's all new to have a fresh, clean slate. We'll see where it goes. But if you watched any of the HBO's in-season Hard Knocks, which I watched hit and miss, man, that team's got issues. So you're going to probably win about 4 or 5 games without Kyler Murray. He will not be back until probably November.
Yep.
Maybe December if you're lucky, or vice versa. But, yeah, tough spot. That's why there's an extra year of the contract worked into the new coach's deal.
Yeah, he got an extra year, which is smart. That's a smart play. Jonathan Gannon also talked about how they're going to maximize talent. Mike, get ready to write this down.
We will maximize the talents of the players that we have, and that's how we're going to win games. And don't get it twisted, we're going to win games.
Oh.
Don't get it twisted. I didn't come here to lose games. I came here to win games. Now look, for those who've been listening to our show,
We're going to win games.
Now, Carl and I, one of our favorite things to do is, because you only get one chance to make a first impression. Nick Sirianni flunked that, but went to a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell flunked that, but obviously he's got a tremendous turnaround going with his Lions. They may be in the playoffs next year. And then, of course, you've got guys who stunk, and they did stink, like Joe Judge.
Correct.
So we love to break these down.
Jim Tom Sula.
Yeah, we're going to be good with the,
there's a
defense and the stuff. Sounded like Tommy Boy.
We're going to be violent.
Yeah, there's Urban Meyer. I mean, we can go down the list.
We're going to be violent but disciplined. We're going to be physical but smart.
I love the fact that he was like, but don't get it twisted.
And don't get it twisted. We're going to win games.
We're going to win.
It's like a car commercial. We're going to be durable but stylish.
How are we hitting the road?
We're going to have power but fuel economy. The new Cardinal for 2023.
I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know. But I'll say this. The way they're presenting it, there's a love fest going on right now between Kyler Murray and his new head coach.
One last note, Cardinal fans. Yes, performance will meet luxury.
Buzzwords. NFL Blitz, guys, brought to you by Priority Men's Medical Centers. Mike, Saints running back Alvin Kamara has been indicted by the Las Vegas grand jury on charges related to an incident during last year's Pro Bowl weekend.
Yeah.
3 other men, along with him, including Bengals cornerback Chris Lamons, I believe it is, they've been indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit battery and battery resulting in substantial bodily harm. And I was asking our producers earlier, I said, guys, what's this mean? Jail time? What are we talking
And
about?
by the way, conspiracy to do, so that means, guys, let's go kick his ass? Is that what's the conspiracy?
Conspiracy.
Inviting other people to go do stuff, like when those guys said, OJ, like, hey, we're going to go to OJ's room and get his stolen stuff back.
Let's go get it.
Idiots. So in this case, the way the story was initially reported, the cameras, which everybody has, the prosecutors, the cops, took a year to figure this out. They had all the camera angles. Guys out of the elevator, tries to get in the elevator. They don't want him getting out or getting in, so they beat the snot out of him. And he got beat up pretty good.
And the reason why I say, what is this? Is it jail time? He's got to be convicted. But the point is to be indicted. And here's the other part of this. Now that he's been indicted, what does the NFL do?
Well, I mean, you got the commissioners, because remember, they dragged their feet. There was nothing to see here because they're now here. As you said, they're finally getting this thing adjudicated out in Vegas. The first step would be the commissioner's exempt list, right?
Yeah.
While they figure out where this is going to go. He was knocked unconscious, and that's what made things even worse because the beating continued. He was out for the count, and they kept whooping on him.
Come on. It's ridiculous.
And they were outside the club. I think it was at the Cromwell. So that's the old Tao. Not Tao, the one, Victor Dre's.
Stays open all night, yeah. All right, man. More to get to. How deep is the pin? We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, yeah, man. No, man. I was just talking with Chris because Chris is from New York. He obviously has been down here with us, and he still watches the Yankees. And I was just asking him about a guy that we're going to hear, I think we're going to hear a lot about. And I just asked the question. I said, why would the Yankees let him go? I want to bring you into this, Chris, because Lucas Letke, right? Is that right?
Lucas Litke.
So why would they let him go? Because I think this is a big pickup for us.
Yeah, he's a really, really good left-handed reliever. He can come in and get lefties and righties out. I think it was an embarrassment of riches for the Yankees as they look to reshape their bullpen. They have a new closer coming in this year, Clay Holmes, and they are sort of restocking and retooling the back end of their bullpen the same way the Braves did. So he was just sort of a casualty of too many men.
Okay.
So that's why we got the Lichty.
Well, and Mike, here's the deal. Designated, by the Yankees, 2.71 ERA. He had 107 appearances during his past two seasons, but he also had 138 strikeouts. So
workhorse setup, man. That's great.
The guy can pitch. So here's the thing about our Braves. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. This is not Mike and I saying this. This is MLB saying this. People that follow the game saying this. This is other general managers saying this. We have the best bullpen in baseball. Now, the Mets are going to be a close second. Chris just talked about the Yankees.
Right.
The Astros are going to be good again. But when you talk about the setup situation for where we're at right now, with Raisel Iglesias closing and A.J. Minter and Colin McHugh, Mike, these three guys were they set up to be really hard to beat. If we have leads late, I don't think we should be concerned or worried about the bullpen coming in. Now, we'll have a few blown saves. It happens every year. The games are just too many.
But I like Iglesias. I just was over Kenley. Kenley Jansen, I know every relief pitcher, you and I debated last year, what is a wobble, what is just a normal wear and tear type thing. But I'm excited about seeing Iglesias as the guy. Minter is just, we're so reliable, we kind of take it for granted at times, don't we?
2.06 ERA. He struck out 35% of the batters he faced when you talk about how reliable Minter was. McHugh, his first season with the Braves, and we were like, what's this guy going to do? He comes in. Mike, I know we talk about whip, but his whip was 0.94 last season, 58 appearances. He was used a lot. Yes, he's older. He's 35 years old, but he hasn't shown any signs of a breakdown. So you have experience, you have guys with stuff, you have guys with heat, and then you add, this kid we're talking about from the Yankees we just got. All of a sudden, this bullpen with Joe Jimenez, we got the best bullpen in the majors. And again, that's not us saying it. That's MLB.com and everybody else going, look at what the Braves have in the bullpen.
Now, Matzik, you're going to have to wait for another, it'll be another season without Matzik for the most part because obviously with the surgery, Colby Allard, we talked about Kirby Yates with the general manager Alex Anthopoulos earlier in the week. So, yeah, it's maybe not some of the names you think of as, but these are guys, Carl just gave you the numbers. Look at the numbers, these guys that do their job. And, yeah, Luke Jackson, we killed him. He was driving people crazy. Luke Jackson was a nice piece. He's no longer on the roster, but they don't lose much replacing him.
I think Luke went to the Giants. I think he signed with the Giants.
Oh, by the way, we didn't mention this. It was funny. Pitchers and catchers report, obviously, this week. And then within like a day down at the Texas Rangers camp, had to take a break. DeGrom. They literally had to put DeGrom on pause within like a day of throwing. So, high risk, high reward. The Mets, you could argue, are in a much better place now with the starting, but the Mets got the pressure. The only problem was with the Braves. We won the division. The Mets folded. Remember that ridiculous ESPN broadcast with them?
Yeah.
By the way, the Braves are winning the division, guys. But this team just unfortunately just ran out of everything at the wrong time. The Miami series was kind of like gave you a bad vibe for the Philly, divisional, the first round. You know what I'm saying?
It did.
Nobody could hit. The Fried thing was certainly a major contributing factor. Fried couldn't do his job. I still wonder, and I know that we got guys battling for the fifth spot with Ian Anderson and Soroka, but me, brother. Every year you and I debate this at spring training. Just wonder if we have enough starting pitching, quality starting pitching. Charlie Morton, finally, everyone seems to say the year that he broke the leg, he's never 100%. So this year he will be a better guy. Nobody really generally gets better getting older, but that's what people are saying about Charlie Morton this year.
Another guy to look out for in this bullpen, I mentioned Joe Jimenez. He came over from the Tigers, 3.49 ERA. A lot of people like his stuff. And then you add Dylan Lee, and you add, all these guys, Nick Anderson. Jesse Chavez has been invited to camp. My guess is, Mike, They like him
Chavez,
enough. He'll make the squad.
I don't know how anybody.
You know?
I don't know how nobody just hits everything off him because he's at 89 to 90. But Chavez he's got guile, Carl. He's got guile.
So, bullpen looks good. You mentioned the fifth starter. We talked with Grant McCauley on the show earlier this week about a lot of things Braves. This is what he said about Soroka getting that fifth starter spot.
I really do, and I think that last year having that opportunity to get that handful of minor league starts helped him to kind of knock off some rust and to remind himself, okay, I've done all this rehab. Now I'm out here facing hitters again, and I'm back doing the thing that I wanted to be doing for so long. So I think that was helpful for him. I think that, once he gets down and to work and back in these every fifth day, rotation plans that they have during the Grapefruit League, we'll start to see where Mike Soroka is this year. He told us at FanFest, no limitations on him. Physically, he feels as good as he ever has. It felt like a normal winter. He didn't have to spend all that time doing specific work for his leg. And, obviously his arm last year, he had that little bit of inflammation to where they felt like no real reason to push him through another start or two in the minors because it became pretty apparent they weren't going to use him in the big leagues last year. And it was more about getting him back on the mound and having him ready for spring training. And I know they're excited to see him, excited to see Ian Anderson and Bryce Elder and maybe some of these other young arms, show them what they can this spring to let them know that they have that pitching depth that they're going to need. Because Brian Snitker had a team meeting this morning and told all those pitchers, hey, we used nearly 30 pitchers last year. 11 of them were starters. So you guys may or may not be on the opening day roster, but you may or may not play a role before everything is said and done in the 2023 season.
Cool. One guy we didn't mention, I was just talking with Chris, remember Oscar Hinoa, Tommy John surgery last year in the fall, and don't know if he's going to be coming like the next Touki Toussaint because I loved his stuff, and then everything's not been the same since he busted his hand. But that'll be down the road along with Matzik. But they got a lot of guys, and as Snicker said, everybody, the young guys, remember 3 or 4 years ago, it was like, you, up there, next, back to next. You used to joke around about it, but they're in a much, much better place. And now, as a lot of the experts say, the best bullpen in the league. See what the Mets come up with.
We've got, to go along with that great bullpen, it's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And I know they haven't pitched a game yet, but again, these are projections. This is what baseball is, right? You look at the numbers, you look at all the things, and it adds up. But we also had the 7 of the MLB's top 10 position rankings, Mike, which is Austin Riley, Matt Olson, Michael Money Harris, Ronald Acuna, Max Fried, Sean Murphy, which we hadn't seen. Guys, he might be the best catcher in baseball. Seriously.
Well, again, everybody does compare him. And look, I don't want to get into the comps, but you look what the Phillies have, and you say, okay, and that's not bad. I think certainly if you're gonna platoon. I don't like the platoon going back, bad memories of Bobby Cox, but they're gonna get the most out of this right now between him and Little D.
Yeah, because Darno still has another year on his deal, but Sean Murphy, long term, that's a great pickup.
And it's JT. Sorry, I went brain that JT Real Mutos, who's almost always comped to as far as where he was in his career at this stage.
Yeah, and Sean Murphy has been comped to him. You're absolutely right. 404-741-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Brave spring training continues, but this is something that a lot of people around baseball are saying, and I agree with them totally, wholeheartedly. Now, again, some of these guys you haven't seen, but they're coming in with a resume that screams, hey, these guys used in the right way. And this gets back to Snit, Mike, using the right way. And I don't know how his rotations are going to be as far as coming out of the pen and who he's going to use. Obviously, it's matchup still and lefty, righty, etc. But we know the new rule. You got to come out of the pen and face at least 3 guys. You have a strong enough bullpen where you feel comfortable with the guys you're going to roll out there. And Leckie, the new addition, Lucas Leckie, I think that's going to be a guy you're going to want to see the pitch. You're going to want to see how he looks.
Braves right now are 8-1 to win the World Series.
I like those odds.
Yeah,
I do. I mean, listen, everybody's going to talk about the Dodgers. Everybody's going to talk about San Diego, okay, because they're coming back, and everybody's going to say San Diego.
The perennials.
Yes. We're there. We're right there.
Braves started. They opened in the season. I stand corrected. They're 10-1.
Even better.
Hello. Mets are 7.5 to 1 right now.
I thought they'd be higher with all that money they spent.
Yeah, or a bit lower odds, actually. Yeah, but right now it is.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, 6.5 Astros, Yankees are 6.5, Dodgers are 7.5.
Okay. But yeah, everybody's going to talk about the Dodgers. And my point is, we're right there. Mets, they think they're going to win this division just because of the moves they made. And just like last year, I hope we're not having to come back from 10 down, Mike, but it's going to be a dogfight. There's no doubt. I don't think the Mets, if somebody starts off hot like they did last year, I'm hoping it's us because chasing these teams down is so hard, man. And you just talked about DeGrom. That's really the big question mark. If he is ineffective halfway through the season and he's shut down, that's going to change a lot of things.
Look, I don't know how far we would have gone a rematch with the Astros, but just Max Fried with that stomach thing, which just really weakened him. He did not look the same. And then Strider, the fact that we could only get 2 innings out of Strider, the Phillies series was so discombobulated for a number of reasons.
Coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. Also, he said he is a smaller version of Patrick Mahomes. Find out who we're talking about coming up in 30 minutes. Yeah Man, No Man's next.
Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell coming up. 4 o'clock, we will talk about one analyst who says he's Patrick Mahomes in a smaller body. Mike, Tiger's done for the day, by the way. And I'm just looking at his press conference. We can't hear, obviously, what he's saying, but we'll play some of that maybe for you a little bit later on. But he finished up today. Don't know if he's going to make the cut as it looks right now, but we'll talk more about that coming up. Right now, it's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man.
Kind of makes me wonder why the hell so many people are trying to tell me to slow down. Seems like I should be shutting the hell up and enjoying the show.
He's 6'1", not really, from Florida, Kennesaw State, and gives rapid-fire questions. It's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Beau Morgan. Brought to you by the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire Sauce. Bigger, better, bolder.
All right, Beau. Mike was just saying cuts even right now?
Yeah, so he's at +1 for the tournament, so not going to make it.
All right, there it is. Let's hear what's going on with Beau Morgan on a Friday. Obviously, hashtag Dukes and Bell Tailgate at home, guys. Would love to see what you got working for the weekend. It's going to be a nice weekend. It's going to clear up. Sun's out as we speak. It's going to be nice, and maybe you'll be out doing some stuff, but we'd love to see those pics. Best ones go on our Instagram as we continue our hashtag Dukes and Bell Tailgate at home. As we get into the spring and summer, certainly cookouts, barbecues, etc. What's going on, Beau?
Well, I guess I can't do the weather now since Carl decided to steal my weather report.
I didn't hear the bell, so I thought it was okay. Oh, thank you.
And for those who are new to the show, we always ring a bell when a cliche is invoked. A cliche like talking about the weather on the radio.
So if we just say the word weather now, you gonna hit the bell? Hey, slow on that one there, Chief.
He's just waiting on you.
It's called dramatic effect, Beau. Learn something about the radio
Thank
industry.
you, Turtle. Thank you.
As your boss, A, don't yell at me.
Geez.
B, turn your mic off. All right. This weekend is, we'll get to my tailgate at home because I am going to. Damn it, Fricky. I've had enough of you. You've already had your 4 hours today of mumbling and stumbling around. It's my turn.
You're going to do what at home this weekend?
Well, definitely it's Daytona 500 weekend, Carl. So it's a big weekend in the SquidBilly household.
Super Bowl of racing, baby.
Left.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see you do a left at 200 miles an hour there and see how you handle it there.
Hey,
Tough
let me
guy.
ask you a question.
Call my drive home.
Yes, she's not lying. Let me ask you a question about this. As I saw something the other day, and I was like, I don't even know if I like this. And I'm not a hardcore NASCAR fan. Been to NASCAR races, enjoy it as far as the aesthetics of the race and understanding what's going on and how tough it is for these guys to do what they do. But they're talking about EV cars of the future. They're talking about NASCAR going to electric cars. It just didn't feel right.
I go to NASCAR for 3 reasons, Carl. Drink beer, smell the fumes, and listen to the rumble.
Yeah,
if they take away the 2 of those, I'll just sit at home on my couch and drink my beer.
Yeah, I'm with Beau, and I know they've made the EV cars, the Formula E, smaller cars, so they look more racy, but that's just no interest whatsoever. And again, as long as there's still dinosaur bones to go dig up and make it a gas, let's keep rolling with the engines that are big.
You know
V8s
what?
and sound beefy.
That is terrible.
Now, Formula One does use a hybrid engine.
For somebody who has a blower and a chainsaw that's electric, right? And we clown him because I'm like, I need the gas, and here you are going no to NASCAR.
Well, no. I'm saying that I can't see them doing that. I mean, at least the thing with Formula One car with those hybrid engines. I remember when they had a V10 engine. It sounded like a machine gun going through the turns, and that's a visceral. That's why you go for racing. SquidBilly just touched on it. It's the sights, the sounds, dare I say, the smells of the fuel and the burning rubber. But again, I try to lessen the carbon imprint from my car by having battery-operated power tools. Back to you, Beau.
Well, you're going to buy that what is that electric Corvette in a couple years.
Nah, I could put the kibosh on that. There's nothing special about that.
What's electric?
Yeah, it's
saving the planet.
It's my car with a battery in the front.
It's saving the planet.
There's really nothing special about that idea.
I think you should get it.
No way, Jose. I'm going for the Z06. 670 horsepower. More horsepower.
This is the deal. I love it.
And by the way,
yes, I'll take the chainsaw that's electric.
But again,
and yet I'm gonna go get a Z06.
Let's make no bones about it.
Just like all the corporations with their phony neutral carbon footprint crap, I also am a phony with my neutral carbon footprint.
Thank you. That's where I'm going with
this.
Which
is the biggest bunch of crock of crap in the planet.
I'm glad you owned it. That's all I'm saying.
This is why Mike can never complain about Live Golf.
Right.
Because he's supported the Saudis as much as they are by playing over there because he's buying the fuel from them.
There you have it.
Now we're going to go there?
What?
Well, you know where I stand on this. Drilling in Antarctica. I'll never see a polar bear. What do I care? Give me the gas.
Come on.
Mike doesn't have any kids. He doesn't care. Who cares about the future? Once he's gone, he doesn't care.
He's right. I've got about 30 more years, maybe, if I'm lucky.
30?
If I'm lucky.
Let me tell you something.
Real lucky.
That's 84.
I cannot.
Look at this 7. Look, my dad died at 51. I'm 3 years past life expectancy here, okay?
You're basically
living on borrowed time there, brother.
I'm on a lot of stuff in my body right now.
This has happened before.
It's true.
It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. If you're going, what the hell are we talking about? I just asked Beau, big race this weekend, Daytona 500. All I'm saying is I saw this. I didn't like it, and I can only imagine how NASCAR fans feel. You guys voiced your opinions. I'm just saying, they're saying in the next decade, you're going to see EV. It's going that way.
Yeah, they ain't going to EV and Supercross, Carl, so I'll just stick it over there and watch.
Right.
That's what I'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. I don't have any need for that. I don't want to watch that.
It's not the same. To Mike's point, it's just not the same.
And I've tried, by the way, and it doesn't come off. There is something visceral about the engine sound and everything we just talked about. It's part of the package.
All right. I did have a story here that wasn't NASCAR related. You guys didn't realize this. The XFL is back. Now, this is not your father's XFL.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Rock XFL. Him and his ex-wife, who is his business partner, they bought the XFL. It's going to be on ESPN, maybe ABC as well, I believe. And they've adopted a rule that the enemy of the show, Mike Florio, loves, and I hate it. This rule is the fumble in the end zone rule. Now, right now, if Derek Carr was diving for the end zone and the ball gets loose and he fumbles it through the end zone,
Comes back to the 20 for the other team.
it's a touchback.
Right.
The defense takes over. It's considered a turnover. Well, the XFL and the USFL are getting rid of that rule, and basically, if it goes to the end zone, the ball goes back to the spot that it was fumbled, and the offense maintains possession.
So like a half-yard line, potentially?
Well, wherever he lost possession of the ball.
Okay.
So Mike Florio loves it and thinks it's the worst rule in the NFL, that the way the NFL does it, and they should adopt this. Personally, I think that's crap. You need to maintain the ball. If not, you don't get to keep it. Should the NFL go the way of the XFL and the USFL and adopt this rule, or keep it the way they have it?
I agree with Florio on this one. I don't think it should come back out to the defense, especially if you're reaching over the goal line, because now we've created, again, the NFL created this monster by only needing a sliver of the football to cross the plane of the goal line. So in the effort of doing that, you might see it fumble out of your hands.
But that's the risk reward of it.
I'm with Florio on this. I like it.
So you want another rule that benefits the offense?
Well, I mean, the point is you've come down the field so far, and we just laid it out.
Yeah.
You've made this where all you have to do is literally go, whoop, whoop. The quarterback goes like, whoop, whoop, with the football. So
but you're not doing that.
We might as well just let you have it right there at the half-inch line and try it again for a whoop, whoop, because we all want more scoring anyway.
So now we're going to reward mediocrity. We're going to. You might as well give a participation trophy to everyone.
But we've been doing this for 20 years. It's not a balanced playing field. The defense is screwed. Now, again, I'm just saying the toothpaste out of the tube. Why bother, Carl? Let's keep that going. People want more offense.
I'm kind of with Mike on this. I think Florio might be right on this. It is controversial. There's no doubt. Now, here's the deal, though. The XFL, you can experiment with this.
Right.
You can experiment with this, right? In the NFL, they're going to be a lot more cautious about incorporating these kind of rules because they really don't want anything to turn the tide of what's going on unless they absolutely have to go back and review it and talk about it. I'm going to ride on the side of I want to see this in the XFL because I want to see what it looks like.
See, my problem with it is you're basically rewarding the offense for taking a risk and failing. And so the defense is in a lose-lose situation. This is one thing that levels it out. If you're going to extend it and they knock it out of your hand and it goes to the end zone, you're taking that risk. You should not be rewarded for it. You might as well line up and give everyone a bonus check that didn't make the playoffs and say, well, you played all 17 games and you guys really, really tried hard, so we're going to give you the bonus.
I just think I've been on the losing side of this so many times with my teams. I just think it's a dumb rule. I think, you're this close, keep it at the half, keep it at the goal line, the 1 foot, whatever, let's keep on trucking. Because, again, the rules are already going that way anyway, so what's one more step?
But don't do it. protect the football. Your job is to protect the football anyway.
But we've created this world where, again, as we've said a million times, you just put one in. Again, the guy's entire body can be outside the football field as long as the pylon, the ball goes over it. We've gotten so abstract with this, we might as well keep the ball on the field of play and you get it back at the one.
Let me ask you this while we're talking about this, Beau, because this is the XFL. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk some college football coming up. Bryant McFadden is going to stop by at 4 o'clock, 4:20 actually, to talk with us about all things NFL. If there is a rule right now that bugs you currently in the league that you wish they would change, like for me, after watching the Super Bowl, the catch rules, this whole thing is bugging me even more, right? Whether you thought Devontae Smith was out of bounds, that these catches, like I wish they would go back and clarify, or at least go back to what we had previously to making a football move and all of this stuff. It's too much.
If Jerry Rice caught it, it's still a catch. I said this to you the other day.
Too much.
After the Super Bowl, go back and watch football 25 years ago. Watch how you don't have any of these stoppages that we go. We go through the Super Bowl had about 10 minutes of stoppages and rewinds and video
And I'm just
reviews.
asking, is there something that you want right now?
But the NFL created this nonsense where they started the Des Bryant crap, or the Calvin. You go take it all the way back to Megatron.
But
you got to make a sandwich in the end zone for the ball to be a catch.
What the Calvin Johnson one is completely different from the Des Bryant and the Devontae Smith. The Devontae Smith one is if you catch the ball and you're going to the ground, as he was, he had to get 2 feet in and survive the ground. He didn't. It's not a catch.
But I'm saying it's an asinine rule.
To survive that's the part, Beau. You're right. He got the 2 feet in, but to survive the ground, it's like he had possession of it.
It's always been the rule. You just don't know the rule.
But there was a rule where the ground couldn't cause a fumble. Now,
but it's not. But see, again,
for 25 years, for 50 years, the ground could cause a fumble. They made a rule change, and
it's not a rule change. It's not a rule change. It's a missing.
Why do you always pull for the league?
I don't. I pull for people that know the rules.
We think the rules are silly. They should be changed.
The ground can't cause a fumble. But that does not come into play if you've not
I'm saying the ground can cause a fumble, and live football is much more fun as it was in the 70s or 80s, like the Holy Roller.
Because there was no replay and it got it wrong.
Well,
so you either want it right or you don't. There's no in between. There's no gray area.
Well, they don't get it right now anyway with the replay and all the tools they have.
I don't disagree, but they're trying. So you either try to get it right as best you can, which, honest to God, as much as we've talked about the officiating in the Super Bowl, if you rewatched it with a rule book, you would see they got
Which is the way all fans watch it.
I don't think.
What I'm trying to say is we can sit here and complain and moan, but in the reality situation, we're wrong because they got it right by the rules. And honestly, God, I know it's not our job as fans to understand every rule, but just because we don't understand something doesn't make it wrong and us right.
No, but I like it. My point is, Beau, the game used to be livelier. For instance, the bang-bang play where the Eagle coughs up the football, catches the ball, and gets popped.
Yeah, and they called it back.
20 years ago, that was a live football. I don't understand why that can't still be a live football and why we've over-legislated to where the refs now turn to become the storyline. Let's make the game more lively. Not deaden it to where we do have to now break down the film second by second to see when his knee or ankle touches. That's all I'm saying.
Were you for replay original?
I understand there was the problem.
Replay.
But the replay, the problem as the technology advanced, it slowed the game down now because now we've got more angles and now you can really take things where you couldn't have done it 25 years ago.
Okay, now, not disagreeing with that, but when we say that, then don't turn around and say, not you, I'm talking about fans. It's not me versus Mike. It's just a conversation. But don't turn around and say, well, that penalty should be replayable. Because now you're even more nitpicking. Because, look, if the referee sees – now, granted, I am as hard as anybody on the refs. I mean, you guys know that. But we can't nitpick everything and then complain when they do their job based on their rule book.
But that's
the problem.
I just say if you take football back 25 years to when the ball was more lively, where you could have, there was more fumbles, more turnovers, and also the catches too. I mean, for instance, if you slide, Carl, you catch the football and you're running, you get tackled, and you wind up 5 feet in the end zone, I'll give you the touchdown. I'm not going to mark your knee down at the half-foot line. Which, again, another replay, another 2 minutes of our lives. I like the old-style football where there's more action. Carl, the point I think we're getting to here is replay is a blessing and a curse, right?
It can be. It really is.
We either get rid of it completely or we got to stop complaining about it all because they're trying to get it right in the reality. Look, they want to keep their jobs too. I'm not siding with them. I'm just saying we can't have it both ways. We can't complain about calls that aren't replayable or reviewable, and then complain about the ones that are, and then they review it, and we don't like the way it goes.
Do we know if the XFL, I know we got to run, is the XFL going to use, how much are they going to use replay? Do we know about any other stuff that this is going to look different for them?
I'm not 100%, but I know that I think it was either the XFL or the USFL that originally introduced the Skyhawk, which the NFL used, which is why you saw so many replays quickly done in the playoffs, which we kind of finally noticed that they've been moving towards. Look, we got to get out of here. It's a Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. I'm doing some Mississippi pot roast. I'm doing a couple. Me and the neighbor are going to watch the 500 on Sunday. Don't forget your friends at the Buckhead Butcher Shop who sponsor this, along with our friends at the W Sauce, America's Worcestershire sauce, bigger, better, bolder. WSauce.com, find a retailer near you, and the friends at the Georgia Hemp Company, thegeorgiahempcompany.com. Turtle, get us out of here. We got to go. Hit my music.
He's undersized, but I don't care. Dukesism. Can he play? One guy says not only can he play, but he's as good and will be or can be as good as a guy that just won a Super Bowl.
#1 sports talk show for your drive home.
You heard the music. That means Chuck Smith is here. Let's talk some football. Shift gears a little bit. Would you trade for Lamar Jackson?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
He's an MVP. He's number one. He can run. He's a guy who's shown that when his receivers and he has a competent group, he can, throw through the air. But guys, he's a franchise quarterback. Number one. He's only 26 years old.
This is Dukes and Bell
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We asked Chuck that earlier today because Derek Carr is visiting the Jets. Make no mistake about it. Number one free agent is Lamar Jackson. And only because of some of the things that Chuck mentioned, but it goes deeper than that. And if he was able to choose his own team like Derek, if they had released him, which they have not, you would be seeing teams clamoring, I think, for his services as well. And Derek Carr is going to get a chance to pick his team. That's why we were talking about that. The full interview online at Odyssey.com. Mike, coming up, Bryant McFadden is going to join us. B-Mac, we'll talk all things NFL with him. Maybe we'll talk to him about some of these rules that we were just talking with Beau about, just from a DB standpoint, because Bryant is a two-time, Super Bowl champion. I know he has his opinions about what happened in the Super Bowl with Bradbury, but at the end of the day, the letter of the law, that's what Beau's saying, and he's right. The call was the right call. Yeah. I didn't like the timing of it, and you never like the timing of calls in games. It's like a late call against the Hawks. You don't like the timing of it, but if a guy got fouled, you got to call it.
Yeah, everybody is the talking point for a lot of folks who are upset with it was, look, were you calling this consistently earlier in the game? Well, how many defensive holding calls were there? How much defensive holding was allowed? As we all know, it's been documented. You could call offensive holding every damn play. So the problem I have in Beau, we had kind of a conversation within the conversation, continued during the commercial break. But just in a nutshell, and the point we're trying to make is, yes, Beau's actually 100% right as far as how the rule's been interpreted, but they've created too many rules. I'm for I would deconstruct the rule book. I mean, literally, take half the rule book and it's like, the way that, they said Frank Sinatra would make a movie. The script's too big. Rip 20 pages out and throw it out. Let's go.
Yeah.
I just think there's too many things for interpretation. Same thing for college. I hate the targeting rule. I just hate adding layer upon layer of, okay, because as a fan, you sit there and you roll your eyes. It's like, this is going to be a review. Here's another 5 minutes of my life. And I think there's just too much stuff that gets reviewed now because they've created this legalese, this microscopic interpretation of instant replay, which just jams up everything.
All right, I got to mention this before we talk about some college football stuff, and that is when Fred McGriff got into the Hall of Fame, we had him on the show. Great guy. Fred McGriff has chosen to not have a team logo on his Hall of Fame plaque. So he announced today he played 19 seasons. Played with the Blue Jays, played with the Braves, played with the Devil Rays. We know what he meant to this team, and he talked about it ad nauseum with Mike and I, which is another interview that's online you can go find. But he got in, and we were so happy for the crime dog. But Mike, he's not going to offend anybody. He's not going to say, hey, I love the Blue Jays more than I love the Braves or even my time with the Devil Rays, so I'm not going to have a team logo on my Hall of Fame plaque. I'm okay with this. You get to decide. You were good enough to get in. But I do think, that Braves fans deep down were kind of hoping, hey, we got another guy in the Hall. So, I don't know, man.
You know what he should do is, and we talked about this when he was on the show with us, he should just wear the Tom Amansky defensive skills giant styrofoam trucker hat when he goes into Cooperstown.
He will be inducted on July 23rd. We wish him nothing but the best. Like I said, great dude. But he wouldn't tell us. We were like, who's the team? And he said, I don't know. Now we know. All right, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs. The Dog Report is brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
All right, you may think it's unfair because he's on top of the world right now. And I'm talking about Patrick Mahomes. But Todd McShay compares Bryce Young to Patrick Mahomes, Mike. And a lot of people are taking, offense to this, saying, whoa, we've seen Patrick Mahomes. This guy's no Patrick Mahomes. And Todd McShay is saying, listen, part of this is when you look at Bryce Young, because he's a smaller stature guy, you think that he's not Patrick Mahomes. 6 foot, 194-pound frame. Obviously, he won the Heisman Trophy, but this is something we're going to hear a lot about. Oh, is he too small? Is he big enough? And McShay says, listen, I've got him as the number one quarterback being taken in the draft, but he also talked about his ability to move the pocket, Mahomes, his ability to, have the presence that he has in the pocket when there's pressure, Mahomes, the magic he can create outside and inside of the pocket, Mahomes, And he goes on to say, listen, all I'm telling you is when you start looking at Bryce Young, he's an undersized Patrick Mahomes. And he says, I have no problem saying that. I've said it multiple times, Mike. He's Patrick Mahomes in a smaller body. I don't think he's lying. I think he's kind of right. Bryce is the best playmaking quarterback in this particular draft. The thing that got everybody's attention about Mahomes was all this sidearm throwing and his ability to create outside the pocket and do those things and his accuracy. That's Bryce. He's just not as big. And I don't think he's wrong about this. The problem is, Mike, when you say this, now you're talking about a 2-time MVP, a 2-time Super Bowl champion winner, and you go, well, Bryce hasn't accomplished jack in the NFL. I get that. We're simply talking about the talent aspect of things. Because in college, Patrick Mahomes didn't win anything. He didn't win anything.
No. His team went nowhere. That was 500 teams. Robert Griffin III was a guy that took a lot of hits. He was 6'2".
Okay.
And his career's over because a couple of Falcons. Who was it on the Falcons that got him? Beau in Washington. Somebody knocked him into tomorrow. But we had, was it Lofton? I'm trying to forget who it was. But we've had a bunch of hits. That guy's career was, and he's 6'2". People say the size, I mean, the frame he's carrying, is Bryce Young going to be able to weather the hits in the NFL?
Spoon, he said.
Yeah, it was Sean Weatherspoon. Thanks, man. But it was Spoon. But you feel that Bryce is going to be able to take those hits. Drew Brees is not a big guy. Drew Brees is barely 6 feet tall. We've already talked about Kyler Murray. There's been guys in this league, different era, but it was certainly more physical when Joe Theismann was playing. He was tiny, by NFL standards. Pat Hayden, I can go down the list. Or, there's a lot of dudes that were a little undersized. So do you worry, though, the speed the league has played at, the contact, Bryce Young going to get blasted into tomorrow and he won't be able to handle the hits?
So here's the thing. You talk about Drew Brees, right? And we saw so many years of this. Part of the brilliance of Drew Brees was, I'm not holding on to the ball forever. You could sack him, but we rarely did. All right, we rarely sacked anybody here over the last 10 years. But the fact is, you rarely saw somebody get a clean look to smack Drew Brees because he got rid of the football. And I think, Mike, if you're asking me, can he take hits? Yeah, I've seen Bryce Young take hits in college. But the NFL is just a different animal. And I'm not solely going to base this. I've seen Kyler Murray run around, and I keep thinking somebody's going to crush him. It hadn't happened yet. Now, I don't think he's playing up to the level that, his contract is, but that's a whole nother conversation. 6 foot, 194 pounds. He's the best playmaking quarterback in this draft. And by the way, McShay says he thinks Indianapolis is going to move up, Mike, to number 1, which means they trade with the Bears and they get Bryce Young. He feels like that's what's going to happen. Now, we're 2 months away. There's a lot of stuff that can play out, but that's why he was talking about Bryce Young. If you're wondering, why is he talking about Bryce Young? Because he has Indianapolis trading and going to get him at the number 1 overall pick.
What about Lamar Jackson and his durability now for that kind of quarterback? Now Lamar's like 6'2".
Yeah.
But he's missing a lot of games now with wear and tear. Took a lot of sacks too, by the way.
Yeah, but see, Bryce is not running. I don't think when you say that kind of quarterback,
he's not a mobile. He's a throw first guy.
He is.
So you feel in a good offensive line, he's going to be fine.
I do.
Okay.
That's where I'm at, man. I think we get the metrics of how big a guy is or how strong he is sometimes just overrated. Dude's a winner. It's sort of like Jalen, right? Jalen's a winner. Everywhere he's been, he's won. I can't just dismiss that, Mike, and go, whoa, he's 6 foot. I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about some other position, if you said I got a 6 foot tight end, I'm a little worried, But if you told me that my left tackle was 6 foot, I might be worried. I'm worried. This is different for me.
185 rushing yards, and that's not what he wants to do. That's not his game. I'm still talking about the size thing. Is he still? I'm just a little bit. He just looks a little slight. Because I take him in the first round. Everything you just said is 100% accurate. The guy was a rock star. The thing is, the Ohio State quarterback with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud can do everything. Yeah. But then there's this stigma now until Fields proves he can do it in Chicago. Do you buy into the Ohio State dilemma?
No. I think every dude is different. I think where you're drafted, go back and look at where those Ohio State quarterbacks were drafted, who their coaches were, what systems they went to. All of that matters, man. It just does. Is Patrick Mahomes if he doesn't go team up with Andy Reid, who is brilliant? A brilliant offensive mind.
And remember, we joked around about Kyler Murray. Everyone was waiting to see if Kyler Murray was the requisite quarter-inch tall enough. Remember, had to be to be 5'11" or whatever it was. And then now, that means you could play in the NFL. The only thing Drew Brees ever had to do was do this with his head to see over his linemen, and he's one of the greatest to ever dress out.
Coming up, Bryant McFadden is going to join us, CBS Sports, CBSSports.com. We'll talk to him about some of the things in the NFL. We'll ask him his opinions of Bryce Young and more. Stay right there.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Guy Talk's on the way. Normally we get a chance to talk to Steve Koonin. All-Star break. He's taking a week. We'll get a chance to visit with him next Friday. That is on the way here in about 10 minutes. Bryant McFadden is here, and you guys know B-Mac, proud Florida State Seminole, two-time Super Bowl champion in the National Football League with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's a football analyst with CBSSports.com. B-Mac, man, it's good to have you back on the show. We were talking about, I just want your perspective on this. I know you probably talked about it ad nauseum, but our listeners are curious. Being a former DB with the Bradbury call, was it disappointing? Was it on point? Because he owned it, as I said, it didn't make it right. I mean, listen, you do things in a game to try to get away with it. But what did you make of the call that everybody was talking about coming off the Super Bowl?
Well, for me, it was tough. He did own it as a professional. Was it the right call? It was the right call. But would I've been okay if they didn't call it? Yes. Right. If you look at the flow of the game, they were letting guys play football. You know, they were letting guys play football in the secondary. You know, they were letting guys get away with certain things when they were a bit handsy. So that's the flow of the game. So as a player, when you kind of get an understanding and what referees will allow, that's how you attack the ball game. So that was the only issue that I had in regards to seeing that penalty, is because throughout the ball game, refs, y'all were letting these guys play. So if you're going to let them play in the first, second, third quarter, let them play in the fourth quarter.
Okay, B-Mac, let me ask you just real quick. If you're holding a guy, or I don't know if you've been in this situation because you DBs never hold. Well, at least not obviously. but if you're holding a guy and you're saying that the ref is looking at you and you know the ref sees you holding him and he's allowing you to play that way, your assumption as a DB is we're going to play this way all day.
No question. Referees sometimes, and I've been in ball games where referees walk up to me at the end and say, you know, you was a bit handsy. I'm like, hey, Mr. Ref, appreciate you for letting me get through with that. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Thank you for giving me that window. You know what I mean? So now I understand how I can play the game. Because, yes, it was holding me. Let's keep it real. When you watch Bradbury and Juju, he never changed the course of Juju's direction. It wasn't even obvious. You had to really go back and look at it. And I understand it in the nature of the game, the letter of the law, that was the right call. But as I just stated, they allowed them to play. So allow me to play for 4 quarters. Don't allow the moment to provide you to throw a flag in which you wouldn't have thrown in the first quarter.
And that's just it, B. It's just the consistency because, look, I don't know how the game would have ended, but if they settle for a field goal or a touchdown, I get one more chance with the time allowed for a great finish. So the refs, because of the inconsistency, deprived us of maybe a fantastic finish. And that's why I think this thing became such a story.
I agree, and I understand people are saying, well, we didn't get a chance to see Jalen Hurts try to orchestrate a drive where they can tie the ball game. Well, they weren't deserving to do so. Because their defense allowed Pat Mahomes to march down the football field for a game-winning field goal. So there were moments in that ball game where Philly had every opportunity to win that ball game, in which a penalty shouldn't be the deciding factor. You were up double digits at half. Double digits at half. With the success that they've had the entire season with the talent, you got to find a way to finish the drill.
Bryant McFadden joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. All right, B, I'm curious. We were just having a conversation about Bryce Young. Todd McShay comes out and says, listen, he is a smaller version of Patrick Mahomes. And we were talking about this 6 foot, 194 frame. If, in fact, he's going to be the number one quarterback taken, and I think he is, does that concern you? Would it concern you if you had this pick, you're a general manager, you're running, I don't know, the Steelers, pick your team, and you're going, I need a guy. Does that deter you from not taking Bryce Young?
No. If he's 194, oh, by the way, I don't think he's 194. I think he's somewhere in the 180s, but who cares?
Okay.
We can bulk him up.
Okay.
Let's get some creatine going, get some vitamins, get some milk, whatever the case may be. Let's get let's get him on a plan, and let's get him going, right? Because it's not like speed is a necessity for him in doing what he needs to do. Right. He has the mobility. We don't need him to be running 4.2, 4.3. Let's bulk him up. Outside of that, he is a natural thrower of the football. This guy is a natural thrower of the football. Playing the quarterback position, your job is to throw footballs. He does it better than anybody in the draft. He has the instincts, being able to anticipate throws before the wide receiver hits his spots. Go back and look at that Sugar Bowl. Look at that touchdown he threw in the end zone. My goodness, one of the more beautiful passes I've ever seen from a collegiate quarterback. So what are we talking about? 184, 194. Listen, wait staff, trainers, we got to bulk them up. Whatever we got to do. Get some milkshakes, get the boost, get the creatine, get the vitamins. Let's get this guy together. Put him on a shoulder routine to make sure his shoulders can handle the wear and tear that he's going to receive from these defenders. But I'm not, listen, no. So,
still there, B? Oh, man, phone crapped out. Get it back up. Brian, you got us? And by the way, while we get Brian to redial, Carl and I were just looking at the numbers. Drew Brees, when he came out, was listed at 6 feet. And you and I interviewed Drew Brees. He's not 6 feet tall.
No.
But Drew Brees was listed at 6 feet, 209. And as we heard from BMAC, he's maybe not 190 pounds, but it's just a matter of the right system and a good protection because this guy, you heard from BMAC. It's amazing what this guy can do with the ball. But I am worried, though, about the NFL hits, taking the hits. Because if you go to a team that has a crap offensive line.
Sure, you're running for your life.
And you're going to the fans are going to want to see you in that first year. And then you got another quarterback who goes down in flames. I hate to see that.
Well, if you start talking about the teams that were the worst in the NFL, right? The Jets, for example, right? One of the teams, teams that need quarterbacks. I think, and B-Mac, we lost you there at the end, but you were talking about the amazing throws of Bryce Young and just how talented he is. I think the comparison is fair by Todd McShay. I think people get caught up in knowing what Patrick Mahomes is now, and they go, well, he ain't done that. But the instincts, what you were talking about is what I'm talking about. And I think he has those Patrick Mahomes-like instincts.
No, he does. But that's unfair to Bryce.
It is.
Right? It's unfair to Bryce to just throw that comparison his way because Pat Mahomes just showed all of us that he's one of the best to ever do it. He's only been in the league, 5 years?
Yeah.
Already. I mean, Pat Mahomes is in his own neighborhood. You know how you go to these exclusive neighborhoods and you see these nice houses? You're like, oh, my goodness, that house is great. Look at that house. But then as you continue to drive to the end of the cul-de-sac, you see one big house by itself. You got to go through another gate to get to that house? That's Pat Mahomes.
Why are you talking about where you live, man? Come on.
Right.
No, I wish.
I didn't realize you bought Rick Ross.
If y'all have me on more, I might be able to get one of them type houses. So we got to come in with a game plan.
By the way, Carlos, you get like a B-Mac, on the gate with two footballs and gold. It's a Brian.
No question.
Brian McFadden's with us on the WakeForward.com hotline. Hey, another name that came up, and this was something that was Jason Lock-on-Forest said here from one GM. And maybe it's a bunch of smoke, but either way, one GM's telling him the Bears are going to shop Justin Fields. What do you think of Fields? No. And where's his game at? And is it just because the Bears are a train wreck organization, they haven't done anything right around him?
That's a lie. I don't believe that. I hope that's a lie. That got to be a dirty rumor. There's no cleanness to that rumor. I hope that's all dirty. Why would we shop Justin Fields? Why? I think, and let's do it like this, the best way to assess who Justin Fields is as a quarterback compared to the other quarterbacks that are in the draft, if you put Justin Fields with these guys, he's better than all the guys, even Bryce Young, in my opinion, because we've seen success for Justin Fields in the highest level, which is the NFL. We don't know what these young quarterbacks are going to look like in the next level. We don't know. C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, all of these guys, we don't know, but what we've seen from Justin Fields with no help, this guy can be a potential superstar. So why don't we trade him away?
Well, here's the deal. This is my thing. Proven versus unproven. That's what you're talking about, B. I mean, once I realize that guy can play in the league, I don't need to risk that anymore. I already know what I have. Now, it's our job to get him better, but why would I risk proven versus unproven if I don't have to?
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
The unknown is scary, especially in sports, when you know what the known is with one guy, but the other guy, there's a bunch of unknowns. So what are we doing, Chicago? Stop playing around and trying to be so smart, the smartest person in the room, to make people think you're going to trade Justin Fields. Stop that. No, let's keep it real. Let's let everybody know you want to trade out of this spot. You're not trading Justin Fields away. Number one, if you trade Justin Fields away, you're bringing in a young quarterback with nothing around him. At least Justin Fields has shown all of us he can make you guys you're competitive with him just because of his skill set, with nothing around him.
Yeah, we talked about it. That's why I got Falcon fans going bananas. They love that idea. It's our man Brian McFadden, two-time Super Bowl winner with us here on the WadeFord.com hotline, CBS Sports podcast, the whole shebang. Just real quick, C.J. Stroud. So now we talked a lot about Bryce Young. Where do you think about C.J. Stroud? Obviously put on a show. Could have been the MVP of the semifinal game.
I think C.J., no debate, he's the second best quarterback in the draft. You know, I just highlighted why I love Bryce Young. I think C.J. Stroud is the second best quarterback. And the issue with C.J. Stroud is that performance against Georgia is what we thought we would see week in and week out from C.J., especially when you look at all the guys he has surrounding him. What he did against Georgia is why people believe he will be successful in the National Football League. I like him as a player, had an opportunity to be around him out in Arizona. He says the right things. He knows how to handle himself off and on the football field. I think he's going to have a bright future. So, yes, no doubt in my mind, 1 and 2, Bryce Young. Outside of that, man, who knows where you go in regards to picking the next best quarterback.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, man, we appreciate you as always coming on the show. Continued success. Brian McFadden, guys, follow him. Social media, you get a chance to watch him on CBSSports.com. And we always love your insight, man. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend, B.
Man, listen, if y'all want to help me get that house, you guys can come over any time. So, Beau, y'all got to figure out a schedule to help me be on a little more. Help B-Mac be great. That's all. That's all I need. Just a house like Pat Mahomes.
We'll call him Bryant McMansion.
I got you, man.
No question.
We're going to get you on more so you can get that big house at the end of the cul-de-sac. All right, man. We got plenty more to get to.
By the way, a bunch of guys hitting us up while we were having that same conversation last 2 segments saying, how come Stetson Bennett is never included in any of these conversations?
Because he's not a dynamic talent considered by NFL scouts. Fair or unfair? Winner.
He can run.
Winner.
He can move.
Never question that. From the skill point or the skill set technicalities of how these guys get looked at, that's why. It's not. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that's why.
Bryce is a better thrower, and Stetson. Look, I mean, guys, he's going to get his shot in the NFL. It would have helped that he'd been at the Senior Bowl, and he'll see what he does in the Combine. But he's going to get his shot. But there is certainly a template that he does not fit. Fair or unfair?
All right, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
All right, Tiger apologizes for a harmless prank, which, of course, got blown way out of proportion yesterday at Riviera Country Club. We'll get into that. And the latest fashion style, would you like to wear boots that cost $350 that make you look like Papa Smurf? It's coming up next on Dukes and Bell.
more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy, on a Friday, brought to you by our buddies at the Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, go stock up, go get some.
No Flavors up in here.
So I bring it at you, man. Feeling festive on a Friday.
Yeah, I was like, wow, all right, he went there. Yeah, boy. I'm sorry.
You can't front on that. Yeah, man, so just loosen up the mood.
By the way, he was in full character. I did see him at the Grammy. He came out, obviously, Chuck D, they performed that 50 years of hip-hop. And he came out in full character, man. He still got the clock on and everything.
Right. So I'm feeling very funky today, okay? Matter of fact, I was driving around yesterday. It was actually 2 days back when the weather was really nice. I had the top down, and I was doing the Rick James. Same thing happened to me on Northside the day. I was grooving to You and I.
Yeah.
And it was a lady next to me who happened to, she's looked over at me, and she kind of like, I look like Della Reese from that TV show. She looks over at me and she's like, she just gives me the nod. Carl, I just got the nod. So I was basically, You and I go together like you get the idea.
Oh.
Anyway, it's one of Rick's best tracks.
It is.
Not aware of it.
That documentary was on, by the way, the other night.
That's what made me
So
that's what
good.
got me playing on the iTunes. Hey man, Tiger had to apologize for a harmless stunt, but of course nothing's harmless anymore in the world we live in today. He was playing with his buddy Justin Thomas. Yesterday happened, and Tiger outdrives Justin Thomas. And you know, when you outdrive a guy on one good leg after being banged up like Tiger against a guy in his prime, you can break his chops. So we handed him a tampon as they were walking up the course, and of course Thomas sees what it is, laughs, and they drop, and he drops it on the ground. They both chuckle.
Sure.
And well, needless to say, Tiger had to make a big apology about this today, talking to the golf media.
So here's what's changed. 25 years ago, it would have never happened. Tiger Woods would have been in that mindset to have fun with guys he enjoyed on tour, and you thought he was an a-hole. Now he does it, and oh my God. The point is, Mike, these guys are friends. They joke like this. It's just like you and your boys and your foursomes on Saturday or Sunday or whatever it might be, and you had those inside jokes. And the point is, to me, this makes Tiger, as we've been saying, look to me more human. I'm not looking at the joke aspect of it. This is just how relaxed this guy is now.
Right. And I did get to watch, and he apologized if I offended anybody in any way, shape, or form. I'm sorry. We play pranks. And again, you know, I'm not even going to go down this road because, you know, people don't get the joke. There's no point. Anyway, I watched last night the PGA version of Drive to Survive, which is, what's it called again? Is it Full Swing? What's that thing called? Full Swing on Netflix. And I binge watched the first 4 episodes. And for those who haven't caught up yet, you get a nice, and what I like, Carl, is a good sample size and cross-section of all the guys on tour, from the elites, from the dudes that are doing the private planes and living in these unbelievable mansions in Jupiter, to the guys that are grinding.
Okay.
And one of those dudes that was grinding actually was in contention at the U.S. Open last year up in Boston. So yeah, I won't give it all away, but very interesting stuff. And I will say this, when you see a guy like Ian Poulter here, the funny pants and the English golfer for many years, I think his best ranking was 5th overall. And being where he is, and you see how he's struggling with his game, and Live Golf comes along, and they're going to basically double what you made in your career. Not too easy, not too hard to decision, is it?
No, listen, and the thing that I only watched 1 episode so far. Squid's way ahead in the game on this, but
it's really well done.
But I will say this: the cool thing, and I think we just think all these guys are so perfect because they practice all the time. They struggle just like you and I. Like if the putter's not working, it's not working. Like sometimes,
and it may not work for a year.
You go through these stretches where I just can't score or I can't hit the ball the way I want to. And I thought that was fascinating, at least in the first episode, because I think it was JT, right? It was Justin Thomas, I believe they were profiling along with Spieth, and they were talking about their friendship. But I can't wait to check it out because it is very good stuff that they're doing as far as taking us behind the scenes with these golfers.
Yeah, it's definitely worth the view. And again, if you do like Drive to Survive, by the way, which is the Formula One, is coming out on just it's less than a week, right? About 10 days ago. At the 24th, so we're getting close. Can't wait for that. And real quick, Beau, because I did not watch, but you stayed up to watch, who won the dual races to set the front row for the Daytona 500?
Yeah, the second row. Yeah, because the Hendrick cars will be in the front row with Bowman and Larson are 1 and 2. The 22 car, I don't say his name because I despise him, but starts with an L.
Joey Logano.
Yes.
Is he still considered to be a jerk?
Yeah, he's in his 30s now.
He's a jerk.
I'm just saying. I know at one time everybody hated him.
Now, for guys who don't know, just give you some background on this. When Logano came into NASCAR, his father moved from Connecticut down to Charlotte to get him in like all the Bandoleros and the series where you work your way up. He's a rich kid. And because he had everything, basically was born on third base. And so a lot of folks kind of resented the fact that this kid had all the resources.
I don't know if he's necessarily a jerk. I just find him kind of two-faced. He'll do things. Okay. Now I know he's not the only guy that does some of these.
And by the way, your dad has to be rich for you to be a driver in any sport, basically nowadays.
Yeah.
Unless it's the amazing story like Lewis Hamilton, where his father's going to mortgage the house just to be able to give him an opportunity to race.
The 22, excuse me. He'll do things that he says, well, that's just racing. And then when it's done to him, he cries foul and whines and makes a big uproar about it. And it's just a little much for a guy who's now a two-time champion. By the way, he is a defending champion. The other duel was won by Eric Almirola, who drives for Stuart Haas. And by the way, was retiring last year. Literally was, this is it, I'm done. And then Stuart Haas Racing said, you know what, we'll give you a couple more years. Came back, wins the duel last night, which also saw Kyle Busch, who is apparently a Mexican criminal, hit the wall.
Kyle Busch, they apparently survived an active shooter scenario. They were close enough to one a few years ago that he carries a weapon with him, but he decided to bring that weapon into Mexico.
Bad decision.
Which now I guess means he's never going back to Mexico.
Yeah.
But it's a thing. And meanwhile, he got wrecked last night in one of the races, too. So he's having a bad start to his season. But anyway, there's you're up to speed on what's going on with cars with wheels and such. Hey, man, thank you. You and I were talking about a new fashion trend, and I had to show this to Carl. So there was he had the visualization in his mind.
Blew me away.
Mischief, MSCHF. Big red boots are on sale. Hip-hop artists are wearing them, athletes. Diplo, one of our engineer's favorite artists, was wearing them the other night at an NBA game. They are giant, oversized, cartoonish red boots. And I liken them to something Papa Smurf would wear back in the day.
Yeah, when you showed them to me, I thought it was like a joke, and then you showed me actual pictures of people wearing them. So let me guess.
The Astro Boy.
Yeah, these are very expensive boots, and because they're expensive, I'm going to buy them and basically flaunt and floss because you can't afford these boots. I'm sorry? How much, Chris?
That would be $3,000, Carl.
Huh?
$3,000.
Hell no.
Well, the Mischiefs are only $350. These are the knockoff. These
are the ones that the celebrities are wearing at the
game.
$3,000.
Well, that's part of this. That's part of this, right? I can wear these. You can't. I can afford these. I don't know, Mike. It's one of those things. I think I'd look goofy as hell in these.
Well, just because like the NBA guys and anybody else, just because you see it in Men's Vogue doesn't mean you have to wear it, okay? I mean, this just looks ridiculous. But anyway, live and let live and knock yourself out. Meanwhile, here's a fashion accessory, which guys who ride motorcycles might want to check out. I found this story today in the New York Post. It's pretty interesting. Carl, these are new for motorcycle riders. If you have to lay it down, save your butt. It's called inflatable blue jeans. They're blue jeans that have an air pocket that apparently will inflate. So you look like, who was that singer? Sam Smith in that video that he did with the giant, if you want to look like you're a cartoon character, speaking of oversized stuff, with these jeans, they're called airbag jeans, designed by a Swedish company. It's called Mocycle, Mo''cycle. They crafted a pair of inflatable denim jeans. They break the wearer's fall using CO2. As soon as you start to go sideways, the cartridge installed the jeans, releases the gas, and now you don't have to worry about road rash. And now you've got basically a pocket of air around your tuchus and your hips, down to your knees, and you're sliding along the road.
Okay, so wait, this inflates like an airbag in a car?
Yeah. And it's almost looks like you got saddlebags on your legs.
Oh, wow.
So anybody's ever laid down a bike and gotten road rash, it's actually pretty interesting. I'm trying to find the price on these, and there's a demonstration video. I'll put the link up. I know we got a lot of dudes. I used to know a bunch of guys we used to see down at Dugan's back in the day on punts. But if you're looking to maybe protect your tuchus, especially if you're riding up in the Carolina mountains or something, this actually makes sense. And it looks a little silly when it does inflate, but think about your butt.
Well, If you've laid down a bike, first of all, it hurts. Secondly, only thing I would say, Mike, is it better work? Because how much is this? How expensive is it?
I'm trying to get the price, and I will find the link.
Because I'm guessing this isn't cheap either.
Well, as the man says, my mom said, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. And I'm looking at the website, and they're not showing the price.
Okay.
When and where can I buy? We're soon launching the airbag jeans. Coming soon.
All right. So you put these on your size, and then when you get into an accident,
CO2 canister. As soon as you start to go, I can hit the ground. Whoop! All of a sudden, like you're the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man scooting down the Dragon's Tail up in North Carolina.
I want a whole suit like that, right? Just give me a whole suit like that.
Not a bad idea. It's actually, I'll set the link up at Mike Belly till you guys can check it out. There's your guy talk.
All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk about our Falcons. And there is a guy who we may be looking at that's at a school that's very close. We're going to talk about him and something else you need to know about our Falcons next.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What? It's time for
The Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, happy Friday. We are having a great time today on the show. Talking about a lot of different things. Coming up, we'll get into the All-Star game. Listen, I am not a fan anymore of the slam dunk contest. I think it's played. And they're going to have a slam dunk contest again this weekend. I'm more intrigued by the three-point contest. Mike and I were running down some of the contestants. But also, I wish one of our guys was at the All-Star game.
Yeah, A.J. Griffin is there as part of the future stars. And, someone tell Nate to get more minutes. But, so actually you kind of have to with the wear benches. But, yeah, I'm with you, bro. No Trey. Giannis may have to tap out now with his injury issue.
Finger last night.
But, it's just – we talked about there's only so many ways you can dunk a ball. We'll get into it because it's not exactly a murderer's row of like guys that play above the rim unless you really are the hardcore fan.
All right, we're going to talk about it because some of you guys are like, oh, man, I love the All-Star weekend. Okay. Also, we're going to tell you the latest of what's going on with the Braves down at spring training. Some NFL news on the way as well. Here is an interesting thing, Mike, about the free agents that are going to be available when you start talking about outside of quarterbacks. And this gets back to Caleb McGarry. And if I told you that Caleb McGarry was the 20th ranked free agent, okay, right now, are you willing to pay him $70 or $80 million? There are other right tackles that are younger, maybe even better, at least considered to be better. Terrence Steele with the Cowboys, he's 26, he's a free agent. He's considered to be a better top 10 prospect when you talk about these tackles in free agency, and he's rated higher than Caleb McGarry. Mike McGlinchey, right, from the 49ers.
Yeah, he's actually kind of considered a better version of him because he's considered a better run blocker than pass blocker in their system.
28 years old. The thing that I'm getting to is as we start to talk about keeping our own guys, and oh, by the way, we've got to make those decisions before we even get to the draft. This is one of those big decisions that the Falcons are going to have to make. And as I, look at this and I go, okay, here are the list of guys that are going to be in front of Caleb McGarry. If I told you Caleb McGarry was the number one free agent tackle, you would not have an issue with this. But the fact is there may be 3 to 4 guys who are considered to be better.
But again, I've also seen this guy been a turnstile. I've also seen this guy, let's be honest, look very underwhelming at times to the point they didn't pick up his fifth-year option. And vis-a-vis being perhaps motivated, chip on his shoulder, we talked to him the first day of camp, and he was an angry man, and he used that to, put a good season together. So do you care how we got here, or are you willing now to reward him with a big deal?
All I'm saying is if you're going to invest this kind of money, and by the way, Caleb McGarry is also 28. So all these guys are between 26 and 28, and when you talk about right tackles in free agency, so age is not the issue, right? You're going to invest. He would probably get Mike a 5-year deal, and who knows if he would end up playing it out, and I'm not wishing him bad luck. I'm just saying how these things go. I think it matters because now I just, again, have to question why did it take all of that for us to get the best out of you? Right. Now, if you're going to tell me it was coaching and the players around him and this was the best situation and circumstance for him to advance and be the best player he could be this year, okay, that's fine. Then pay him. But just know that he's not considered to be the top right tackle in free agency, and you're going to probably pay him like that because of the marketplace.
Well, I mean, look, we still have free agency we could use it for defensive tackles. Now, again, not a really great edge rush market. We know that. And I know when we started talking, like we mentioned yesterday, it actually was today with Chuck Smith, and I said, what if we drafted a tackle? Because there's a big kid from Northwestern that's already been, mock drafts have got us grabbing. I just felt that if I've got to talk about a guy and I go, well, yeah, he's a good run blocker. He's really not good at pass blocking. Well, then why am I giving him a $17, $18 million a year contract? You know what I mean? That makes sense.
So are you for or against paying McGarry?
I'm not. I would move on and find somebody else out of the draft.
Okay, that's how I feel. Turtle, are you for or against paying Caleb McGarry?
I think that the discrepancy between him and the next couple of guys out there is a good enough gap that you can take advantage of the $3 or $4 million a year that you're going to save by bringing him back. So I think it's worth it.
Okay, so Turtle says yes. Beau, yay or nay on re-signing Caleb McGarry?
I'm probably leaning towards re-signing him because you know what you have and you don't know what you're drafting, and we have not had luck drafting guys. I don't care if it's a new regime or not, and I would rather use the resources on the other side of the football's line or that guard position.
All right,
but you're bringing back, as we mentioned, McGlinchey you already talked about, Orlando Brown you mentioned, and Caleb McGarry. This is the PFF rankings. They've got him as the third best tackle. So I just don't like the fact that I've seen it. As we're all Falcon fans here, we've all seen this guy get abused at times on the right side.
Orlando Brown, to me, is separate from the other two you mentioned, and because he can play either side, and he's been pretty, not I want to say elite, but top tier. McGlinchey is not much better at all, if better, than McGarry. So you're overpaying for him.
Okay, and Orlando Brown, I do agree with you on that because his versatility. But let's not forget about Juwan Taylor, who's a right tackle for the Jags, who's also – there are three guys that I have in front of Caleb McGarry that are just, in my opinion, better. So Turtle says yes. Beau says yes. And, Beau, you bring up something very interesting. We're scarred. We got to trust Terry Fontenot. You just said, regardless of the regime, we've not had luck in drafting these guys and getting the right offensive linemen. We're scarred. We've got to trust Terry Fontenot. He's been on the job basically 1 year and had one draft.
Jalen Mayfield.
Okay?
2 years.
We can't say that his history is not drafting good offensive linemen. I don't know if we're there yet, Mike. 2 more seasons of this? Well, we can look at that and say that.
Well, Drew Dahlman is a starter, and they're going to stick with Drew. We're not moving on from Drew Dahlman. I guess they're satisfied enough with his play at center. I lobbied for Jalen Mayfield. Jalen Mayfield is never going to play on a field again unless the entire offensive line gets hurt as a Falcon. And that was a third-round pick. We rolled the dice on Schaefer, and Schaefer from Georgia. All Georgia fans said, look, if he played in the SEC against everybody else, why can't he be an NFL player? Maybe he will evolve. He was a fifth-rounder, so a little bit, obviously, more risk involved. But this would be the highest drafted offensive lineman since Fontenot got it if we were to do it in the first round.
And that's my point. He didn't draft. He hasn't drafted linemen in the first or second round. I can't rate him on what other regimes did or what other teams have done. I've got to look at this and say, I got to trust Terry Fontenot. But Beau's right. Because we hadn't gotten it right a lot, we go, oh, don't do that. Don't draft an offensive lineman.
The only thing that Dimitrov got right, you could have gone Taylor Lewan. We went with Jake Matthews. Jake has been solid, if not spectacular.
Taylor Lewan, Mike, is about to retire potentially. I hear you. I don't know, but it doesn't even.
But that was a choice. I'm saying that was the choice of the two. We got Jake, and Jake, you could argue, is maybe not as much Pro Bowl credentials, but he's been a solid piece. Chris Lindstrom was, that was easy you couldn't screw that up. Boston College guard is almost a perfect pedigree, and he's been money, and this is his fifth year, and then we'll pay him. That's another contract coming up. But I just can't get sold. I don't know what Fontenot does yet, so I'm 2 years is not enough for me, to your point, to really know what he's going to do here. But I do look at a big, gigantic piece like the dude from Northwestern, and I say, that's a guy I can have as a cornerstone for 10 years on this team. Yeah, and we never do that. We never go for Penei Sewell. We never go for those big guys that the Eagles and the Chiefs drafted. But the Eagles and the Chiefs drafted offensive linemen in the first and the second rounds. You see what they've got.
We didn't with the guys that are gone. I don't know what Terry Fontenot.
We drafted a tight end and a wide receiver. We didn't even think about the trenches the first 2 years.
And maybe that was that was dictated, Mike. I have no idea. Maybe that is part of the plan. But all I'm saying is I can't go on a guy that's not here anymore. Let's just be real. It doesn't matter what the past GM did.
But I don't know what this GM does with offensive linemen because so far it's a mixed bag. Dahlman and Mayfield and Schaefer.
I think they took a couple of risks later in the draft, and if these guys panned out, that was Schaefer. I'm going to take a risk and see. He's not ready to play. Okay, well, let's develop him. They haven't taken a guy in the first round who's failed. When that happens, and then it happens again the next year, and then the year after that, and we go, all right, 5 years, this team should be built up, and we've sucked at drafting offensive linemen in the first or second rounds, then we can kill that. But I just think right now we're scarred because it's been such a bad run on offensive linemen for the most part. Again, you've got some diamonds in the rough that you've talked
about.
You've
also got to understand, and this is, I'm going to argue against myself, but bear with me on this one. But part of this is where you were drafting. If you wanted Penei Sewell, he was pre-draft anywhere from 4 to 7. We decided to go with Kyle Pitts. We didn't go with Chase. We didn't go with Waddle. We didn't go with J.C. Horn. There were other needs. We didn't go because we couldn't trade down. A lot of this is hindsight. You redraft now, and somebody is so much higher. We couldn't trade. It's like the year we went with A.J. Terrell. We were kind of in no man's land. He was the best available athlete.
So you took him.
I just think it's a little curious where the team has the worst trenches in the NFL, and we go tight end, wide receiver the first 2 drafts. Although you had to replace Ridley, that was something that was forced on you.
We didn't know that.
And there was a run on wide receivers, and you were the first. And you could argue, had you had Ritter in there sooner, he would have been the guy that was going to win the Rookie of the Year offensively for you.
Yeah, the Ridley thing is interesting because they knew that they had to replace that. And then when the pick is made, you go, why are we drafting another wide receiver? Now it makes total sense. 404-741-0929. Guys, all we're saying is this is one of the big decisions, which gets us back to Caleb McGarry about what they're going to do. And if you're going to allocate all of this money, and I got to tell you guys, this is my theme on this. I don't want to pay good players. I need to pay great players. If I'm going to invest that kind of money, Mike, I want to have a difference maker. If you feel like he's just a really good player, then you invest this kind of money and you're allocating those funds, just know those funds are not going to be available down the road. Now, am I saying he's going to get a long 8-year deal? Nobody is. But you are tied to him for the next few years, and you're saying Caleb McGarry is going to be a dude, and he's a big part of what we're trying to do here with the Atlanta Falcons.
There was always more than one way to, and this is where we get into the nuances of the draft. If you were going to take the best offensive lineman, and there were some great offensive linemen in this year's draft, in the first, like Cross, who went to Seattle. True. We could have taken him. And then you risk in the second round getting a guy like Pickens or who's the Packers wide receiver they got from North Dakota. Those guys, Watson, they were all there in the second round. We decided to go for the skill position up top. I just think at some point, you know me, you've been listening to me bellyache about offensive line for years on this team, and yes, I would still take the best athlete available, trenches, because we don't need any more skills. We got a running back. We got a wide receiver. And if we're going to augment what we got in the receiver core, we're going to do that in the second or third round. Or maybe in free agency.
I agree. It's one of the things that we'll have to figure out. That's going to happen before the draft. Apparently, Eric Bieniemy, Mike, is finalizing a deal to become the new offensive coordinator for the Commanders. Now, many of you are going to say, what is this? What is he thinking? He leaves the Chiefs. He leaves the best quarterback in football in Patrick Mahomes and probably maybe another run at a Super Bowl. But when you're not getting a head coaching job, distance yourself from a situation where people say, well, if this is your theory, that he's not calling plays, and I go down a list of guys that haven't called plays and gotten jobs. That's neither here nor there.
Peterson was one of them?
But to take this job, Mike, now you get it is a title of assistant head coach / offensive coordinator.
Can't be a lateral move. You got to upgrade, right?
So if he goes to the Commanders and you see that team flourish offensively, right, how much more does that help Eric Bieniemy get a job? I don't know. He still's got to go through the interview process.
Right. And again, I don't know what is a knock on this guy. We were breaking this down earlier in the week. There's been 2, let's be honest, squeaky wheels who left the franchise who said he was mean. He was real. Yeah, he was accountable. He demanded accountability. I don't know what Shady McCoy's doing these days, but Bieniemy just won a Super Bowl. But good for him, and it's a shame that it comes to this because you mentioned it. Peterson, Nagy had not been calling plays off the Andy Reid coaching tree, and they got starting jobs as coaches.
Yeah. Well, there's like 8 or 9 of those guys. Andy Reid guys never called plays when he was with the Green Bay Packers. Eagles hired him. We can go all the way back. That's never been an issue. Well, until now.
If you're black, it is an issue.
Until now. All right, Matt, his nickname, I guess, on Twitter is Matt Ritter, Mike. And he says, put him up, see Dukes. Terry Fontenot knows exactly what he's doing. I can see the plan. I can't even say. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, you send me a thesis on this one because I'd like to frickin' know the plan.
I don't know what he's doing, but I can't criticize him for moves that were made previously. We got to buy in and trust that he's going to get it right. That's all we can do. All right, more to get to, guys, coming up. Again, more on Eric Bieniemy taking that move. A lot of guys already hitting us up. It's a shame that a guy like this has to take a lateral move. Again, he's getting probably more money.
But he's been banging his head against the wall and getting nowhere with the interview process, so he's going to change it up.
All right, man, NBA All-Star Game. Are you still a fan of NBA All-Star Weekend? We'll talk about it coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law.
Oh, things change, right? I mean, I don't know about you. I didn't miss All-Star games. I didn't miss All-Star weekends growing up because it felt different. And over the years, maybe I've become jaded, Mike, to what the NBA All-Star Weekend has turned into. Now, I asked you earlier, I said, who is in the three-point contest? And we found out that Jason Tatum and Kevin Huerter and Tyler Hero and Lauren Markkinen, all these guys, Laurie Markkinen, these guys can all shoot the rock, right? It's going to be a fun, it looks like, Dame Lillard's in it as well, a three-point shootout. That's going to be at 8:30 on Saturday.
And, I mean, Dame, that's one of the best, some big names you recognize.
Totally. But are you still intrigued by the dunk contest?
Well, when you get Mac McClung going up against Jericho Sims and Kenyon Martin Jr. going up against Trey Murphy, it's on, brother. Now, look, Kenyon Martin Jr., that's son of Kenyon Martin, and his dad had hops, so I presume he's got some too.
He did.
Trey Murphy's a guard, though, right? Am I wrong? Chris? Yeah, Chris, I don't even know. Well, I guess he's got hops too. But yeah, so that's why he's in the slam dunk contest. But you and I were talking about this earlier. There's some things that just were better. Some things just were. Because you had big names and you had stars and there was star power in it. And it's just, it goes back to what you watched and it's all relative.
Yeah.
But when you saw, Michael Jordan going against Dominique and you had Clyde Drexler and Larry Nance from the Suns. I mean, that's, I just gave you, that's four of the dudes that were in there. Dr. J might have been some of those too back in the early 80s.
Now, I said this earlier. It's not because I don't think these guys are great dunkers. Listen, they all can dunk the ball and do amazing things. But with the advent of YouTube and social media, I can look up guys that are dunking a ball in New York City or in Florida, Mike. I mean, anywhere around the country, and they're doing amazing dunks. They're dunking over, domestic animals. They're dunking over their, their own cars. And you're going, how are these guys doing this? I saw a dunk where a guy was holding like a tiki torch, and he had a torch in one hand, and he was going up with the ball, and the ball was coming. I'm like, just these incredible things that you never see. I am big on in-game dunks during the regular season and the playoffs. To me, that gets me more fired up. But, Mike, I don't know, man. I feel like it's run its course, and I don't know what else you can do with it.
Well, let me just tell you this. Jericho Sims has been practicing and preparing.
Okay.
Matter of fact, Carl, if you want to be a slam dunk champion, first things first, you got to be tall enough and have the hops. Unless you've got one of those little springboards that they use at halftime. CEO of Team Flight Brothers, a guy named Chuck Milan, apparently is working with Jericho Sims on his presentation.
Okay. All right, so what's he doing? What's he doing? What's the?
I don't know, but
is he wearing a Spider-Man suit?
He's coming right out of the gate with some stuff that hasn't happened before.
Okay.
No. This is the CEO of Team Flight Brothers, and he's telling you this is something you've never seen before. This is the new-ish.
Okay. All right, I got you. I understand. I get it.
I can honestly say it's the highest I've ever seen anyone get over the rim in my life. Your life.
I don't know, man.
So for what it's worth,
what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do?
What's he not gonna do, Carl? He's gonna shoot Roman candles out of his tuchus as he leaves the free throw line.
I've never seen that.
While spinning the plate with one hand. I mean, like I said, we sometimes you're using props. You say jumping over a key like Blake Griffin, Dwight Howard doing the Superman thing, which was kind of cool.
Yeah,
it was, at the time it's kind of fun, but you don't have your biggest dudes because, again, Giannis isn't doing this. He's got a finger. Not that he would anyway. In the old days, maybe once guys got established, Michael stopped doing it. But there seems like in our window of looking back to the late 80s,
that was it.
Better.
No, that's part of it. And again, we've said this for years about the star power and all of that. My other grievance this weekend is we don't have any of our guys there. And again, I know A.J. Griffin's playing in the futures. I hear you. I'm talking about having a guy when they go, at guard, 3-time All-Star from Atlanta, and you go, yeah, that's my dude. Hey, we got it. We don't have that this weekend.
Now, by the way, I looked up 88, 89 just to make sure I don't remember. Sometimes I misremember things. I get hit in the head a few times, not as sharp as they used to be. 88, 89, Clyde Drexler, Ron Harper, Shelton Jones, Jerome Kersey, remember him from the Blazers?
Passed away.
Yeah, Chris Morris from the Nets. I remember Chris Morris from the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
But not exactly a household, some of these names. Tim Perry from the Suns, Kenny Skywalker, of course, with the Knicks.
Yeah.
And then everybody's fave, Spud Webb from the Hawks, little Spud Webb.
Spud was great.
So it had its uniqueness, but, Michael Jordan's not in that one.
No, Spud was great. 404-741-0929. Tell us what you guys think. Find us. We're on Twitch and YouTube, by the way, speaking of YouTube. You can watch the show every day, and at 92.9 ATL, you can go check that out. Here's the other part of this, and I think, Mike, again, when we start talking about the All-Star game and the weekend, the NBA, this is not a criticism of the NBA. The league does a great job. It's not that. It's just like when things run its course, you got to try to recreate it. You got to try to do something different. And bringing in new and younger players has not been the answer for the NBA when it comes to specifically the dunk contest.
Do you like the format with the way the actual game is selected and played?
Now, that's interesting because I didn't like it originally, and now it's grown on me a little bit because I do think the intensity picks up later in the game, and you got to get to that point total, Mike. It changes things up a little bit, but I didn't necessarily like it at first, but the idea that you've got these two captains who have been voted, and Mike, it's a street game, right? It's street ball. I'm going to take the best player, you take the next best player, and we'll go down the list and pick our teams. I think that element is kind of cool, but they're trying to do as much as they possibly can. The game itself is not going anywhere, nor should it. It's an exhibition game to celebrate the stars of the league. But when you talk about these, auxiliary contests around the game, what else can we do and what else are we going to do? The three-point shooting contest is not going anywhere either because the league is about three-point shooting now. When Bird was winning those three-point shooting contests, the league wasn't on average shooting threes like everybody does now. Now it is the thing to do. So you want to see the best three-point shooters. You want to see guys doing dunks you've seen for the last 20 years.
I mean, there's just so many ways you can do it. And, I will say this. They have tightened up that format because for years, watching a bunch of guys missing dunks and just taking forever, that was painful. That was like watching paint dry. So they've gotten better with that. What's up, Chris?
No, he was just telling me about the reserves and people's feelings got hurt when they were picked last. Right. And so they've changed the picking format.
Can't do that, right.
That's all.
Trey, and by the way, Trey was asked, was it earlier in the week we played the soundbite where he was saying, hey, have you been contacted? Might you be an alternate? And then he made that answer about staying in his lane and it's his private business.
Which I still don't understand.
Which I guess is a no.
Not me personally.
Yeah, we know. 404-741-0929.
But again, in a year, we thought we'd have a couple of guys in the All-Star game. We got nobody. I mean, Trey should be the perennial All-Star.
This is going to be a long week, by the way. Like, for some reason, this is going to be a long week to just mull over where this team is. So many guys hit us up on our poll yesterday, and thank you guys at Dukes and Bell 929. We're asking you today, and it's a pretty interesting poll that we have going in regards to, as I came in and was watching Tiger Woods today, and I said there's just nobody more captivating. It doesn't matter if he's winning or losing. And we put out there, who was the guy for you as a star of any sport, and a lot of people have responded that, you were most captivated by. Ever. And guys from Muhammad Ali to Michael Jordan, obviously. But, at the end of the day, Mike, it's going to be a long week because when they come back together, when the Hawks come back together and they have to play their next game, which is going to be, the 24th against the Cavaliers?
Yeah, 9 days off.
We
definitely need a break.
Well, again, not a break. You haven't played much defense.
So here's the deal. They get the break. They come back on the 24th. And
recharged?
And then we get blown out. What happens? Well, I'm just asking.
Well, that'd be just like the last two games.
Would the front office then be forced after a 9-day layoff, after two embarrassing performances
they're going to ride with Nate. Nope.
They wouldn't do anything.
No, they ride with Nate. They're going to ride with Nate now. If they're not moving Nate out now, they're going to ride with Nate. And we said, the Knicks game was terrible.
So then what's the message to the fans?
Good question. Well, who's making it? Well, first off, who's deciding what the message is?
No, you lose two embarrassing games. You're going on a 9-day layoff. You come back. I didn't say it's going to happen, but it's very possible it could. The Cavs are good. You come back and you play the Cavs, and let's just say we don't show the effort and we get blown out again. The front office just sits back and goes, hey, fans, it's okay. It's acceptable.
Well, I don't know. You're going to fire Nate with 23 games left in the season?
Does it matter?
Well, some people, that's the thing. I said that's why Nate should have been gone by January. Again, it doesn't have to be fair, guys. And we're not making this Nate versus Trey because sometimes Trey doesn't play when he should, and sometimes Nate doesn't do anything that makes any sense when he's coaching. But I just thought these guys had tuned him out. And when you tune a guy out and you don't play a lick of defense, as what we just saw, then let's go. So I don't know what's going on. I got a general manager who says the players have been empowered. The thing that happened in the last came off the road trip car, player empowerment.
I heard it.
Better lines of communication. So here's what the better lines of communication. Guys, play defense. Coach, no. So that's better communication. They understand each other clearly.
Is that how it went?
Yeah, Carl, there's tremendously clear communication. The coach is asking for defense, and the players hear the coach, and they say, we're not playing defense. So that's good. We got that out of the way there, Landry Fields.
Marco, we can't keep going this way. Marco says, fellas, shouldn't it still be about which conference is better in the NBA All-Star game?
I thought so too.
I always
I
like
personally
that.
don't like this way. The reason they changed it, we got into a decade run where all the talent was in the Western Conference, and so they overreacted. Just like baseball did when they went to the deciding home field. Remember that crap?
Oh.
That was.
It matters.
Sometimes the commissioners, they overthink these things.
All right, guys, more to get to here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Size shouldn't matter, but apparently it does. The latest on a coaching move as well, if you're just joining us, and it's a big one. We'll tell you about it. Stay right there.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Friday. Hope you're having a great day. Supposed to be a nice weekend, man. This rain's going to get out of here, and hopefully we'll get a chance to have a nice weekend, President's Day on Monday. Hey, Mike, we were just talking about, the idea of Tiger Woods. We've been talking about it today because, I was saying there's no one that's more captivating. I don't care if he's winning or losing. I find myself always trying to find where he's playing and what's going on. He played okay today. The bigger thing about today, and I think yesterday as well, it doesn't look like he's going to make the cut, but he looks good. Like his shot making and where he's putting the ball. His putter, these putts today for everybody, it's been a struggle bus. But if he is getting himself ready, Mike, for the Masters, which we think that's probably what's going on here, he looks a lot better than I think a lot of people expected.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing there's things he's going to work out with his swing coach. He was missing fairways today. He's missed a lot of fairways. He's got to tighten that up. But the putter, I mean, he looked pretty good, man. Looked like old Tiger. Yeah, SquidBilly said it earlier. He's grinding. Well, at this stage of his career, he's going to have to grind. But when you see a guy like Phil Mickelson do what he did 2 years ago, you still have hope. And obviously, Tiger did it. It's just this latest injury. It's like a mountain of injuries, Carl, and physical things he has to overcome. So that's the only concern. But yeah, whatever you see here today, we were hoping he'd, one increment, make the cut. The cut was set at even. He's at 1 over. So if things hold, he's going to miss the cut. And a lot of other golfers like Jordan Spieth also missed it. But yeah, I'm looking for things you can hang your hat on that leads to April in the Masters.
Well, John Rahm is getting ate up by this course, and he was atop the leaderboard, when the day started. He's now like 5 under, about to be 6 under or whatever, 5 under. I also think, Mike, the Tiger had a bunch of birdie opportunities today. This is what I'm talking about. And he didn't execute those. But when you're in position, it's about being in position. He left a lot of putts, like short putts. And my point is, those are things like his placement and how he hit the ball. I mean, there was a par 3 where he just, whoop, it's 3 feet out and you go. Right. Everybody else is 7, 8, 10 feet away. And here Tiger is looking like he did, back in the day. I just think he looked physically way better than I thought he would.
And the greens, to be honest, were, as David Faraday say, diabolical. There was one where Tiger, as you said, rolled it off the green. He was trying to cut the corner, and it rolls in the bunker. Again, it's undulating greens at Riviera. But right now, Mitchell Morikawa is leading. McIlroy, by the way, and Rahm is still in there in the top 5 within a distance. But yeah, I just want to see something I can hang my hat on. That's what I was saying about Tiger, that, okay, get this, check that box, and then somebody can build up. And maybe he plays one more tournament before the Masters, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's probably going to, because second weekend in April, right? Yeah, I'm sure he's probably going to try to play one more. This is the first one, though, he's walked. And again, physically, all those physical ailments we were concerned about, and his knee holding up.
Also, he did have to apologize today because, again, guys on a golf course, he was playing with Justin Thomas yesterday, and he outdrove Justin Thomas, even on one good knee. So he handed him, as they were walking down the fairway, a feminine hygiene product. And, of course, Thomas laughs, and they chuckled, and Tiger had to apologize, and then Brandel Chambly did 20 minutes on it on the Golf Channel.
Well, that's what he does.
An event like any other.
This is true. Hey, Eric Bieniemy is taking the Washington Commanders job. So now 3 of the 4 OC/DC coordinators from the Super Bowl have changed teams, right? Eagles lost both Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen. And then today, Eric Bieniemy takes this job, and Mike and I were talking about this. He's set to become the OC for the Commanders. He's also /assistant head coach under Ron Rivera. But, I think it's a shame that a guy who has the pedigree and has had winning teams and been a part of this process for the Chiefs has to go do this to get a potential head coaching job, Mike. It's not as if he doesn't want one. These guys work their entire lives to try to be head coaches. But I do. I think it's a shame, but this is what's happened. And so now, Mike, he's under the shadow. He's away from the shadow of Andy Reid, and now I guess it'll change.
Yeah, look, I know we were sitting here, we talked about it earlier, and it depends certainly on how you approach things. If you believe the world is perfect, then there's no problem. You're in your lane. But when you look at it and you see guys that were as equally qualified or maybe less qualified and got jobs, and you figure, that's why I'm saying, what is Bieniemy doing wrong? You start to even like a blind man can see a guy like Brian Nagy got a job, Peterson got a job, and their job description was identical to Eric Bieniemy from that same organization. Guy's now coached in 3 Super Bowls. He's won 2. He's working with Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, how do you delineate how much of the game plan is him impact or Andy Reid? But let's certainly give this guy an opportunity because other coaches have been afforded that opportunity. Nathaniel Hackett, who accomplished even less, got that job in Denver and proved he was woefully underqualified, and he was exposed early on. So now the problem is he's got to go to a bad organization. He's got to go to the Commanders. I mean, that's good luck trying to prove your worth in that organization, as Ron Rivera's probably dead man walking over there.
Well, the quarterback, I mean, that's been their issue, right? I mean, Heineke and all these guys, they got to find a quarterback. They got some nice pieces. Listen, we saw those guys.
On defense, for sure, yeah.
They got some nice pieces. Offensively, too. I mean, they're running back. They got a couple of good receivers. But either way, he's going to have to go there, and hopefully he has success. Today, also around the league, guys, everybody's just kind of waiting to see what happens with Derek Carr. He did visit the Jets today. As we're talking NFL here, I don't know. Chris, you feel like he's going to end up with the Jets? It sounds good. It sounds like arguably the best place for him if you think that they're a quarterback away and that they could be a playoff team. But, no word today whether or not that's going to happen. But he did visit them.
Here's a hot take for you. I would prefer Derek Carr over Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
Yep. I think you're going to get more out of him. He has more years left in the tank. And this is a team on the come. This isn't a team that's necessarily ready to win next year. But if you sign Carr to a 5-6-year contract and he's there and he develops some of those weapons on offense, I think Rodgers may have hit the wall. We may have seen, if not the end, the beginning of the end. So give me Carr over Rodgers.
But think about it. That's a 7-win team without a quarterback. They won 7 games without a quarterback. You could argue we won 7 games without a quarterback, and then we actually got Ritter in there. But the thing about the Aaron Rodgers, and whether that's a pipe dream, they brought in a guy that's got a relationship with him as an assistant. I love what Tiki Barber said earlier in the week. Well, Aaron Rodgers, he's too soft for New York, too sensitive. And I got to be honest with you, Carl and I were joking around about this yesterday, with the exception of the days that Peter King stops by Packers camp. Let's be honest, it's 2 reporters from the Milwaukee paper and the other one from the Appleton newspaper. This is not the New York media. And they're going to, everything that he gets a pass on, they'll chew him up over. Because it's fodder for a story. Just like he didn't like the way what Schefter and who was it? Ian Rappaport were getting into his conversations with Pat McAfee about his, what is this thing called? His darkness period.
Darkness retreat.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. So, that's
day
an interesting point. Yeah, day 2. You think he's going to be with the Packers at the end of the day? After all this rigmarole?
I think they're trying to move him. I think they want to move on. Here's the deal. They got to make a decision on Jordan Love. I said this. He's already on the books for this $50 million, and then Jordan Love, all right, is going to be on the books for $20 million next year. You're paying $70 million for your quarterbacks. It makes no sense.
Now, I don't know how much stock you put in Bob McGinn. Have we ever had him on the show, Beau? Bob McGinn from the Packers. Anyway, he's on a podcast. Everybody's on a podcast. Longtime guy covering the Packers. He says, quote, Packers, they are done with Rodgers. Discussions with someone who has firsthand knowledge, he's not coming back. I mean, they're disgusted with him, and they're done with him, and they're moving on. This is from a dude who's been a lifer covering Green Bay.
Yeah, I think it's just time. That's part of this. Like it was time with Matt Ryan, and the way it all went down kind of sucked for Matt, but it was time, right? I just feel like they're ready to move on. And they need to find out again if Jordan Love, a guy sitting on the bench for 4 years, I mean, come on.
And the one game he gets in, he looks terrible.
So I do think they're going to try to move him. What about Saints running back Mike Alvin Kamara? We talked about this. 4 men indicted in a battery case. This goes back, was it 2020 when this happened? 2021.
It's a year ago. Yeah, a year ago.
Okay. Yeah. And this was in Las Vegas.
He was there for the Pro Bowl.
That's right. At a club, and they beat a guy up, basically. And everybody kind of – Mike was saying this, like the NFL hadn't said anything about this. There was nothing out there. And now we know that he's been indicted for this. All 4 men indicted face charges of conspiracy to commit battery and battery resulting in substantial bodily harm.
Yeah, because back in October we talked about it. The video finally got released. The police got it out there. And this is in a casino, and there's a party. It's late night. And the story goes, the dude's either getting on or getting off an elevator. And he tells police he's heading toward the elevators. He's approached by a large group of dudes. People are waiting. He speaks to somebody. Somebody popped off somebody. That just happened. Somebody said something to somebody. I was just minding my own business. And 4 guys kicked the crap out of me. I don't know about that. But he is suing for $5 million.
These guys just got on the elevator. I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened, man. I said, Kamara, that chain seems a bit excessive. Next thing you know, 5 guys are beating the crap out of me. Anyway, he's suing for big money. Kamara put his hand apparently on. They're in the elevator. He's trying to come in the elevator, and Kamara shoves him back.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's on. And then apparently I guess conspiracy to commit a whooping is when you say, let's kick his butt. That's where they're roping Kamara in on this. Commissioner's exempt list if it went really funky for him to start the season.
He was not as productive as we've seen in years past, though, right? For the Saints. I mean, he had 897 yards and 2 touchdowns in 15 games this year. He did catch 57 balls out of the backfield, but the touchdown numbers, he only had 2 touchdowns receiving. So the Kamara we've seen, who's been a 5-time Pro Bowler, we know he's a dude, but that production was down this year.
Hey, by the way, Squid said in my ear, I was mentioning Tiger. They were talking about the mild controversy about him joshing and busting chops on Justin Thomas. Brandel Chambly actually had his back in that exchange with the other female reporter on Golf Channel.
Saying,
yeah, good for Brandel. That time you manned up.
Well, that's interesting. But he should have. Again, if you're offended, then you've never been on the golf course with guys that are having fun and pranking each other.
2023, you and I were talking about this off here. I get it. World we live in. Telling a guy, here's something that you're playing like a girl and you can't do that because blah, 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 blah. I get it. But, everything else becomes a federal case these days.
All right, coming up, top 3 at 6. We'll get you caught up on the latest headlines here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Also, we will get back into the most captivating guy ever, or woman, for you. It's Dukes and Bell. Make sure you follow the show at Dukes and Bell 929. We're going to put the best pictures out there coming off the weekend. Hashtag Dukes and Bell tailgate at home. It is a long weekend. President's Day is Monday, so we'll be back on Tuesday to bring you the latest. And All-Star Weekend as well this weekend. There is a lot going on. Believe it or not, it feels like a slow weekend because, Mike, it's the first weekend without football.
I know. I'm turned to hockey, my second love. But, yeah, man, you got the All-Star Game weekend going down. Pitchers and catchers already doing their thing. We'll talk about some baseball moves, by the way, some interesting stuff out there in baseball. But yeah, this is one where I'm ready for me, honestly. SquidBilly talked about earlier. This is one I kind of really focus on motorsports.
Yeah.
I love Formula One. We got to wait a few more weeks for that. But NASCAR's got the Daytona 500 as well coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, Super Bowl of NASCAR. Hey, if you didn't hear this, we mentioned this earlier. Fred McGriff, when he got into the Hall of Fame, when it was announced, he came on the show. And we love Fred McGriff. The Crime Dog is a super nice guy. He was great for the Braves. But we find out today, we asked him during the interview, what team is going to be on your plaque? And he was like, fellas, I don't know. And then it comes out today, Mike, that there's not going to be any team. He's chosen not to have a team logo on his Hall of Fame plaque.
And I joked around on Mike Bell ATL. I posted, I said that the one cap he should wear would be that big styrofoam trucker hat for the Tom Amansky defensive skills video that he used to pimp back in the day. But yeah, he's got a tie to the Blue Jays early in his career. A couple years with the Padres. He's all over the place. Was here with the Braves. But, I mean, I just think a lot of Braves fans felt, well, he's our guy. And then, of course, he's spent time in Tampa, grew up there, and played for the Rays. So I guess for lack of put words in Fred's mouth, he didn't want to alienate any of the fan base because he had ties to everybody and had great times at every spot along his career.
So you won a World Series in '95 here.
I would say you'd like to see him in the A's, in the A for Atlanta.
But again, had stints with the Padres and Cubs and Dodgers. I respect this. You would just hope that the fan base that cheered you on to a World Series, which is us, this city, would be a part of your Hall of Fame experience. But at the end of the day, all you got to do is read the plaque, right? If he chooses not to have any team on there, just read the plaque. You know what his accomplishments are and how much time he spent in these cities.
And Scott Rowland was a Philly and a Card. He's going in as a Card because that's where he came up.
Scott Rowland, that's how I view him. That's the thing. When you view a guy a certain way, even if some guys have had two careers, right? You spend 10 years in one place, you have success, and then you might go, 5-7 years somewhere else, Mike, and let's say you won another World Series. How do you decipher? I've always said the team that if you got drafted by a team and had that kind of success, or you were a free agent acquisition and you spent significant time in that city, that's how you're viewed.
Yeah, and I guess some people making the case, well, shouldn't he wear the hat for the team he got the most success with? Well, I mean, he had his best numbers were with the Blue Jays and then with us. Of course, got the World Series with the Braves, the Crime Dog. So, yeah, I get it. You hate to see somebody wearing the generic.
I'm so impressed with the instruction videos.
I give them my full endorsement. That's the only game. And for a younger audience, real quick, there was this old videotape. Tom Amansky was a baseball scout, and it was every Little League coach. I know my dad had him for my kid brother, and he was the guy. They had Fred McGriff, like somebody there in Florida during spring training, wearing the goofy-looking hat. And he looks at the camera, I give it my total endorsement.
Do you remember what he told us? He didn't make any money off of that. Do you remember?
Tom was a buddy of his.
He didn't make any money. That was shocking when he said, like, what? What do you mean? That thing was everywhere. But it was a different time.
Right.
Anyway, man, we wish Fred McGriff all the best. Coming up, we're going to talk more about our Hawks. The All-Star break is here this weekend. Saturday, they'll have all the festivities, three-point shootout, all that stuff. And then we'll get a chance to see the All-Stars. And then, as we said, this break continues for our Hawks. 9 days counting now, and the countdown is on before they play the Cavaliers back here on Friday, February 24th.
Yeah, and just, hoping – look, we've tried to be as positive as possible, and we've tried to keep the glass half full. But you guys look at the same stuff we look at. And, Trey said they were certainly taxed and it's time for a break because they played 3/4 of the season, just 23 games left. But I don't know what people should expect. The schedule is still pretty difficult, the teams that got to play. But I've had this conversation with you 50 times. If you can just put a run together, win 7 of 8, and finish over 500, you got a great chance to be in the playoffs, locked in the 6th seed. As opposed to the same nonsense we went through last year in the play-in game.
7 of 8.
Not happening. 23 games. What if
you made that sound so – well, did you just win 7 of 8? 7 of 8?
Well, the Bucks just rolled off 11 wins in a row.
They're the Bucks.
How about go 14-9?
I don't see any of this happening.
13,
do you?
13-10?
Stop searching. Do you see this happening?
No, I think this team's going to be in the same boat as last year.
Not me personally.
We're going to talk about Trey coming up. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Turtle, let's get to the top 3.
It's time for the top 3 at 6.
Top 3 at 6. Now let's see what we have here.
Couple of things going on.
Bucks have won 12 in a row.
Yeah, and they did that last night with Giannis basically on the bench with his finger against the Bulls. While we're talking basketball, I want you to listen to KD. Mike and I played this earlier. Kevin Durant talking about he was upset with the way things ended in Brooklyn. He's not going to be at the All-Star festivities either. He's healing up, and at some point we'll get a chance to see him with the Suns and the new look Suns.
You tell me he goes to play with Kyrie and Harden, and it didn't turn out the way he expected.
Listen to him.
Yeah, I was upset that we couldn't finish. I thought we had some good momentum. We were finally building the culture that we always wanted. Every game we were building our chemistry, but I didn't know what was going on with Kyrie and his situation with the organization, so I didn't really focus on that. I only focused on what we were doing on the court, and it was a blow to our team. It just took away our identity. He was a huge, huge part of what we do. His game, he's a Hall of Fame player, a great, great player that can do everything on the floor, and we relied on that. So without him, we didn't have a clear identity. So that was tough for me to stomach, and I loved playing with those guys throughout the year. I felt like we had dudes that were stepping up and doing stuff that they didn't do on their previous team. So I enjoyed everything about it, and it was tough to not finish the season, but, I just tried to move forward as quickly as I can and try to figure something out for myself, but also still focus on trying to rehab and get back. So it all happened so fast, but I'm glad it worked out this way.
Sounds different, doesn't it? Like, it sounds like, a real reflection on a guy who maybe has had some time to say, hey, wanted to play with him, but it didn't work out. The thing that stands out to me, Mike, is when he says, I had no idea what Kyrie was doing. You two wanted to play together. You didn't speak.
Right.
Kyrie never came to you.
He's got this last year on his contract.
Kyrie never came to you and went, hey, man, this is just not working. Look, they're not going. They're disrespecting me. If he felt that way, which he has said, and I'm not going to stay. He never said that to Kevin Durant. Like, that's the hard part for me to believe.
Maybe Kyrie just gives him video rental ideas.
Anyways, that's Durant. It's not working. It didn't work, and now they're playing in different areas of the country, Dallas and Phoenix. We'll see what happens.
I mean, you and I talked about it earlier. I mean, we mentioned, LeBron with Kevin Love, and, they didn't communicate, and these guys are all in locker rooms, so you'd think there'd be some basic understanding of where things are going. So, I don't know. I will say this. If they can continue to hold serve where they're at right now in the Eastern Conference, I believe they are the 5th seed. And by the way, the Knicks are now hanging in at 6 because they leapfrogged. Remember I told you the Heat were right for the pickings?
Yeah.
Anyway, the Nets are still 10 games over. And if they can hold on to that 5th spot, that's a hell of a job by Jacques Vaughn when you consider you turn the entire roster over in the middle of the season.
No doubt about it. Hey, meanwhile, Tiger Woods, we're watching as we speak. The guys are finishing up. Remember, the time change out there in California. But, Mike, as I said, he hit some really good shots today, but he was 1 over. Mm-hmm. This is Tiger talking about how he felt coming off of round 1. He had a stretch where he had 3 birdies in a row. There were stretches today where he could have had multiple birdies. Just didn't play out that way.
There's nothing like come game time. Just the feeling of the butterflies and trying to calm all that stuff down. The adrenaline, the ball goes further, even though it's cold out here. And we adapted very quickly. And as I was alluding to earlier, it was unbelievable pairing. So to have those 2 great guys and 2 great loops on the bag, Bonesy and Joey go back forever. So it was a lot of fun.
Hey, the good news is I guess some of the field has come back. And it's the top 65 get you advance. Tiger right now makes the cut. Projected cut is +1.
Oh, wow.
So right now, earlier it was at even. So whether guys are struggling. But the good news is Tiger will get to play on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the putting, this course with the greens, it's been tough for everybody. Like yesterday, you thought guys are going to just double their score and come out and shoot, 7, 8 under, and it'd be 15 under top of the leaderboard. It hasn't been. I mean, I'm looking at this thing right now. It's still, 9 and 8 under, and guys have dropped back. Rory is actually 3rd right now at 6 under.
Yeah, he was 2 under today, so nice round. Keith Mitchell is the leader. Colin Morikawa has got obviously major win experience under his belt. Rory talked about the new golf series on Netflix, which is really cool. And you get to see these guys behind the scenes. And, John Rahm, I love that guy, big galoot. He's 1 over today. You mentioned he's kind of struggling. He is at 5 under. But a lot of big names. Cooch from Georgia Tech also at 5 under.
Cooch. Hey, we've been talking about spring training. Grant McCauley came on the show talking about the new pitch clock, guys. Braves are already, every team around Major League Baseball, they've got these pitch clocks in front of their guys because they got to get them used to it, especially guys that didn't play in the minor leagues last year. Now, the pitch clock was in the minor leagues. It was not in the majors. Here's what Grant said about it.
Well, there's a couple different things there, and it's interesting you brought up Spencer Strider because I spent about 20 minutes watching him throw today, and I talked to Brian Snitker after all of those combined throwing sessions, and they already have the pitch clocks out there for each and every mound that they're using in the back. So the pitchers are going to have those right in front of them every time they throw. Snit even joked that when they have a few less pitchers in camp after they do a couple of cuts, they may bring those things over and have them going even during PFPs, just the fielding practice, because they want them completely immersed in this clock so that it's not something that they're having to think about once you get to the games that matter, opening day and beyond. So they're already off to the races, any and all pun intended, with this pitch clock. But the thing about the 15 seconds is that's with no one on base. You get 20 seconds with a runner on base. So there is a little bit of, I don't know if it's a grace period. I don't really know what we'll call that, but a discrepancy between the two. So he will have a little bit to work with, but hopefully over this next, 5-6 solid weeks and all of the exhibition games they have to play, he'll be able to, and all the Braves pitchers will be able to kind of come to terms with what that new cadence needs to be so that they just don't have to spend time on the mound worrying about that when it's time to go to work in the 2023 regular season.
I know this is going to be different of the adjustment period. Curious because the World Baseball Classic will not use the pitch clock. So you'll have guys going back and forth between spring training games and when they do have these scheduled international games that play here in the States. So see where that one goes. Meanwhile, saw today from our buddy Dave O'Brien from The Athletic that people thought maybe Max Fried would be in his bag, that he lost arbitration, still has been offered a multi-year contract like other players. That's the Braves' prerogative. If they want to do it, they don't have to do it with salary control. Other guys have gotten the deals. Pitchers, a little more risk involved. So Max lost out basically on $1.5 million in arbitration. They felt Braves were right at 13.5. Told Dave he's happy, he's fine, no problem. And he thinks the Braves are going to give him a contract extension.
I think, too. I feel the same way. I mean, you got to be positive about it. Go through the season. You pitch your butt off. If we win another World Series, Mike, which is the end goal, and Max Fried is another big part of it, and if he's as dominant as he was when we won our first, a couple of years ago, you got to think, or should I say our most recent World Series, you got to think that he would be a guy that they would take care of. I know there are a lot of Braves fans that say, wait a minute, they didn't do Freddie. They offered Freddie the most money they ever offered anybody. It's not his fault. It's not their fault that he didn't take it. That was what the Braves did. They didn't take care of Dansby.
And the Dansby one is a bit different because Dansby really was giving there really truly was. Everyone thinks there's a hometown discount. There was a hometown discount with Dansby before he went to Chi-Town.
And then, so if you think that way and you go, well, why would they take care of Fried? I just think dominant pitching is always different, man. It's always different.
And the risk, I get it. And by the time he does get this big deal, he's going to be, 29, 30?
Right.
Just more risk involved. I don't know. Their philosophy has always been to get the position players locked in. But then Strider got the deal on a smaller sample size.
Yes, he did. Yeah. And maybe they just feel like his stuff is so electric and he's so much younger that it's worth the risk. Strider's still going to be vastly underpaid in 4 years if he's dominating like this.
Albies was underpaid the last 3 years.
But it's all about the risk reward. All right, coming up.
I don't know.
Come on, Snit, stop. What does he really care about? We'll discuss next.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
The most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
I want to ask you guys a question. Dukes and Bell with Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Okay, can I answer too?
Everybody can answer. What's the most important thing to Trae Young? He's not at the All-Star festivities this weekend. I would tell you that the first 3 seasons was very important to Trae, and I'm not saying this because someone in his camp told me. I'm just telling you that part of Trae's makeup was I got to make sure that I get a Supermax, that I get the most money I possibly can. And the only way you do that, Mike, is put up numbers and get voted to the All-NBA team, which he did. I think he was third team. But what's the most important thing to him? And if I asked you that, do we really know? And the reason why is because there are some guys that winning trumps all. Meaning, if I'm not playing for a championship or if I'm not striving to get to a championship, my year is ruined. And then there are other guys who go, well, if I score 30 and I give you 15 assists, or I score 28 and I give you 10 assists a night, I'm considered to be one of the best basketball players on the planet, which he is. But if it's not important to you to win chips and you're willing at any cost to do that, meaning get rid of your friends, move on from players on the team that may or may not be working, do whatever it takes. And I only ask the question because, after being voted to the All-Star game, and then this year he's not voted to the All-Star game, has that taken something away from the luster of Trae when you say how he's viewed around the league, Mike?
Well, I mean, it all kind of started last year with the comments. If we take the timeline, and again, some guys go, here we go. Yeah, but here it was said. Trae said he was bored with the regular season. The team kind of reflected what his best player had to feel about it. We got knocked out in the first round because we had to go and play the Hornets and then the Cavs in the play-in. And then in the Miami series, it's the first time where the Trae we got to see who looked like this Reggie Miller kind of attitude and swagger. I can take on the Knicks. I can take on the Sixers. He looked really human against the Heat. They doubled him. They got physical. They bracketed him, and he really couldn't do anything. And he struggled. And then, of course, the only thing that was a saving grace, DeAndre Hunter goes for like 31 in the Game 5 elimination. So I thought, okay, we realized teams have changed their approach to Trae. So he talks to Nate, if everything's accurate as was reported.
Right.
Nate goes out to Oklahoma. They talk to the GM. Hey, we'll go get you DeJounte Murray. How's that sound? We'll make a deal. And then you can move without the ball. Scoring should go up. That's what I thought. And then this year, it's just kind of more of the same. Now, assists are up. So he's up half an assist. But three-point shooting is way down. And three-point shooting attempts are way down. So I don't know. I mean, does it matter to him? Why are things? Is it Nate? Is it the supporting cast? Or is it some of this? Can you actually say Trae needs to take a more aggressive role in where this thing is going? Or is it all of the above?
It may be all of the above. At the end of the day, 5, 10, I don't know how long he plays. We're going to be judging Trae on one thing. Did we win chips? Fair or unfair? Because you had this monster trade, Mike, that happened where people view the guy that we traded for to be a better overall player. Again, I love what Trae Young brings to the table. And I said this. We lobbied for him to be the guy prior to the Hawks picking him. But that's all we're going to care about. And when this is done in 10, 15, 12 years, whatever it might be, we're going to say, hey, did we have a chance to play for a championship? And if we did, then he did his job. But if we didn't, and he's got all these numbers and all these stats that we talk about, I don't know if that's really going to matter. And I'm not putting this, like I said, I don't know what he cares about. That's why I'm asking you guys. Because so many people have said, does he care about winning? I don't know. I think winning is important. But I also think when he came into the league, Mike, it was a chip on his shoulder to prove that I'm one of the best players. And then you get a $200 million contract, which says you are, in fact, one of the best players in the league. Now I need to know if you care about winning. I understand the other part of it. I get it. But that part has been proven. You've gotten that deal. Does he care about chips?
Yeah, and what, I mean, you said it. What is his motivation? Because if you're saying to be considered one of the best players of your generation, Chris Kirshner had an article in The Athletic earlier this week that said that Trae was invited to play. And remember they did the jerry-rigged Atlanta NBA All-Star game during COVID, the COVID year, and that Trey actually was invited as an injury reserve and declined. That's what Chris Kirshner's got. And so, all right, so you say you've been disrespected. Here's a chance to come and play in Atlanta, and if you get in the game and do your thing, you can still take it over. And he didn't want to do that. He was asked about the All-Star game this year, and, he said that's staying in his lane. He's very cryptic about the answer. So, I mean, what is if you want to be considered one of the best, you want to be involved in the All-Star weekend. He's very strange in how he answers those questions. And then when we talk about accountability and we talk about saying the tough things that you hear from DeJounte Murray, you hear Jason Tatum say after a Celtics game. You've heard a lot of players say. Dame Lillard says it every night. Never hear that stuff from Trey. So, Carl, I have no idea what motivates this guy. I don't know where he's at. I don't know if his father is too much of an influence. I don't know if he's got people around him who said, hey, man, you've reached, because he wouldn't be the first athlete where you reach a level of success and it becomes a different dynamic in how you approach your job.
No doubt. It's year 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Year 5. I know it seems like it was just yesterday we drafted him, and here comes this young guy from Oklahoma. It's year 5. I don't know if we put too much on him. Some guys have said, Dukes, it's going to be year 8 before we really get a feel.
Year 8?
Yeah. Year 8, before we really, know him, and he's gotten into a point in the NBA where he's in his prime and he's a different. Okay, year 5.
I mean, first off, guys, Michael Jordan, yes, you can't do it by yourself. You need pieces around him. So eventually we will get better pieces, but is he going to still be here when the new pieces come? Because it gets back to your question about what motivates him. Does he feel disrespected? Does he feel... I don't think that playing in Atlanta is that hard. This is one of the easiest towns to do well or do poorly in because no one really gives you the heat you get in other cities, if I'm honest. So, I mean, I don't think you guys always get worried if we criticize Trey, somebody's going to go, oh, that's it, I'm out. Come on. That's just plain silly. And if he played in Boston or New York or Chicago, he'd know or Philly, he'd know what real heat is when you don't perform.
I just think that not being at the All-Star game, I wonder if it bugs him. That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, it definitely bugs him.
Does it?
Oh, I think so for sure.
Has he played like that? Has his team played like that?
Did he use that?
Has his team responded like that?
No.
I'm going to tell you no.
I'm
going to tell you no.
Did he use the snub? Again, well, wait till you see Trey. Well, you get blown out and humiliated by one of the worst teams in the league in Charlotte. And then against the Knicks, who are, again, with the playoffs and a big stake in where you go on the line, we don't pull that one off either.
But what does this team need? Does this team need Trey to score 35 a night with 12 dimes? Or does this team need the best player on it to step up in a different way? This is the argument I'm having with people everywhere. They're like, you're too hard on Trey. Because we know Trey can do it on the court. We've seen it when it matters.
Right.
But this team has moments where I know you want to blame Nate, but in the NBA, I'm sorry, but players matter more in the NBA than coaches do. We've seen LeBron do it. Well, he's not LeBron. Okay, but you tell me he's a superstar.
No.
If Trey is a superstar, then he's going to do the things that LeBron and Kobe and Steph Curry and these other guys do, and that is take control of the team off the court and on the court and lead you through this.
Well,
and I'm not seeing that. We haven't seen that since the playoff run. And the biggest moment in the playoff run was Game 7 against the Sixers. And who was the guy that was the biggest contributor that night? Not even on the damn team anymore.
Beau, it's why I've said the Celtics are rolling not because of Joe Mazzulla. They're rolling because of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
They got accountability.
And they've got veterans on that team who get in and understand. You can change the coach. This is what I'm talking about. How did the Celtics all of a sudden go from a team that, oh, my God, what are they going to do without Ime Udoka, to still being one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference? You're exactly right. And I think to the bigger point of does it bug him, we're going to find out. We're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, this one it's always becomes the chicken and the egg, and SquidBilly just pointed it out. Did Nate specifically say we want you to get more other guys involved? So he's up just over an assist. It's half an assist. His numbers are actually 0.6, Carl, more assists this year. I don't know. I just don't. And when I hear the man speak and when I hear the man do interviews and stuff, it's just kind of blasé, and it's kind of like I don't know. Maybe that could be his personal style. Steph Curry has a style. Everybody has their own kind of way of doing things. I don't know. I just think at some point, there's got to be the mantle of leadership or the focal point. Like, this is my team, let's do it. And if has he tried that? And if he has tried it to the team, does the team tune him out? Remember we had that thing with him and John Collins a year and a half ago? Mm-hmm. I don't know. This team may be a rudderless ship. They don't listen to Nate. Nate's going to be gone next year one way or the other. Trey, what could Trey do to your point? How does he step into this void?
Yeah, but
and does Trey say, that's not my job?
We're talking about Trey, though, specifically Trey. I asked the question as we started this segment.
Passive-aggressive superstar. How's that?
Well, I asked what's important to him. I didn't say what's important to Nate or John Collins or anybody else. He is the number one Uno star on this team. He's 24 years old. And, Mike, to the point where guys are saying, Dukes, you got to give him some more years. That's why. They're saying he's 24. He's young. Dude, give him a break. Like, all of the things that you want him to be able to do, he's going to fall in and be able to do those things. Okay. 404-741-0929. You can text us. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio.
It's a lot more boring than the playoffs.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. I hope it's bugging him like heck to not be there with his peers because he knows he's one of the best. And I hope he comes back in the second half or the next 23 games and says, if we don't play like we need to play, he needs to be ripping people. That's what I'm saying, Mike.
Yeah, and the other thing is, everybody always comes up, we're having guys on the text line, doesn't play defense. Well, again, there's a lot of guys who don't play defense in this league. And there's actually been games this year where Trey has played some – he's been involved. He's been involved at least defensively. Again, it's like everything else in this city, like Desmond Ridder and everything else we discussed, and at least the Braves got a championship, Georgia's got 2, but there's a lot of stuff in this town that there's no black and white answer, yes, right, I know what's wrong, right? I mean, there's always this sort of gray area. And the Hawks are one gigantic gray area in 23.
All right, guys. Mike is he's got a flight delayed, so he's sticking around. We are going to do a very easy game winner. It was part of our poll question today, and we asked you, who is the person, man or woman, past or present, the sports star that you were most captivated by ever? I said today, as I turned the television on and I'm trying to find my streaming services, Tiger has always been that guy.
Right.
No matter what he's doing, winning or losing, I'm like, I got to see what's going on. Today, he didn't shoot 12 under, but I was captivated by Tiger Woods. It can be anybody, Mike, any era, man, woman. Who was that sports star for you?
When I was younger, it was Mike Tyson. You know, I started with Tom Seaver as a kid. Doc Gooden was a guy. You know me, Bernard King was my guy. But the guy that we're talking about captivated, where you had to know what was going on, and you couldn't miss it. And to your point, you got to find a TV when he's on.
All right, that's our game winner, 404-741-0929. We're taking your phone calls. You only get one. Who was it for you? It's Dukes and Bell.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
And the winner is...
Time to take the game winner on Dukes and Bell. Your last chance to sound off on today's show. So don't stink. Call now, 404-741-0929. Today's question...
All right, man. Me and Carly, the last couple of days, it looks like Tiger's going to make the cut. Current cut is Even, well, no, that's not bad. Check that. Carl, no sooner I said Tigers going to make the cut. The cut's back to even right now out at Riviera.
Oh, it changed.
Yeah, so it all depends on the volume of players and where the scoring is, how they get to that 60, top 65, or in this case 66 plus ties. Either way, we were captivated by what Tiger could do because we're always intrigued as golfers. Want to be golfers. We do the best we can, and how he'll handle the adversity and how he looks, etc. So yeah, Tiger's that guy that's transformative. Tyson was that guy for me. There's a lot of athletes, but the one that you couldn't miss, I guess, is what we're looking for. Right?
Yeah, and it's weird because there's just so few where and I say this about the NFL, and by the way, there are no wrong answers, but arguably the greatest quarterback just retired. And the NFL is in great hands. Like, you want to see Patrick Mahomes. If Mahomes is on Sunday, you'd watch.
Right.
Because they've got these young and upcoming stars. And I think sometimes in these individual sports, Michael, where you get, you said it, the pitcher matchups, right? You could talk about Maddox and Smoltz, right, where I can control a game and I have to see if he's going to be able to do it. Those are the situations. And I think for me, that Tiger has just been that guy over the last 25 years where if he was on, didn't matter if he was winning or losing, if he was making the cut, I had to see what was happening.
So there you go. We set it up. Who's up first tonight, Chris? Jay, hey, man, you're in the game, bro. Who was that transformative athlete for you?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, it was Kobe for me, man.
Oh, good call. Mamba for life. Mamba forever. I'm with you, Kobe.
Yeah.
And even his last game, right? I mean, think about his last game where everybody's like, "It's Kobe's last game," and you knew he was going to put on a show. But I just think those big shots, you go back and look at all the big shots he made for the Lakers over the years, money.
Who's up next, Chris? It's Chris. Hey, man, you're in the game, bro. Who's the athlete for you?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So many to choose from, but I'm going back to my childhood. I remember seeing him in the 1970s World Series, and when they panned the crowd of Yankee Stadium, me and everybody else was going crazy when the straw that stirred the drink came up to the plate. Mr. October, Reggie Jackson.
That's right.
None like him.
A man with an ego as big as the great outdoors, but always stepped up for the biggest moments in baseball.
Yeah, Listen, when they call you Mr. October,
right?
Come on.
I love that book. I'm not even a Yankee fan. Anybody who's got access to it, The Bronx Zoo is a great book, which gives you, it's one of the first now. There was Ball 4 from Jim Bouton, but The Bronx Zoo is Sparky Lyle's tale of the 78 comeback when they're down 14.5 games and the Red Sox. Billy Martin gets fired. There's enough stuff in that thing for 3 movies. That's the one I thought, remember you and I discussed after Winning Time?
Yeah.
I'd love to see HBO take that. Then you can also do New York City, 77, 78, and all that entails, because they did such a great job of casting the Lakers from Showtime. Who's up next, Chris? Sweet, who's it for you, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Just a comment. I'm not a big basketball fan or aficionado, but I've got to say, the sound bites you've aired from the Hawks coach, he's disengaged, disinterested, and Mike Bell, you'll know this, he's a schnorr is what he sounds like. Moving right along, Sandy Koufax. I saw him many times at Dodger Stadium behind home plate from dugout boxes, and he had it all. Fastball, change, screwball, curve. He was fantastic, and he was my favorite. Thanks, guys.
And by the way,
love the show.
Appreciate that. No, the correct use of Yiddish should be a schlub. A schnorr is like a piggy. A schnorr is like somebody who's like the guy who comes to your house, Super Bowl party, doesn't bring any beer. That's a schnorr. Being like sort of a schlep is just kind of like, it is what it is.
Yeah. I don't know if Nate's
a
that.
schlub.
But he's saying he sounds like that.
Yeah, the energy-wise.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, who's up next? Adam. Hey, man, you're in the game, bro. What you got?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
That's how y'all do it.
Good. I like that. Hey, man. That came out of nowhere. Like, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man. Want the energy up.
Love it.
Hey, my hero is Trey Young. This guy makes $40-50 million a year, can call a game if he has a broken fingernail, and make a couple $100 for not even showing up.
Ooh. That's the sports star that captivates you.
He's being
tongue-in-cheek
or glib.
Yeah.
Some would say.
All right.
You want to end on that note, Chris?
No.
We must end with positivity. Although some would say we've sowed the seeds of discontent with Trey's attitude at times. Hey, man, who's up next?
I'll finish it off. I'm going to say Mariano Rivera for me.
Okay, nice.
That's what you were holding up in there?
One pitch, guys.
That's what you were holding up in there?
All right.
One pitch.
Different time.
No, he's right, though. I mean, to see
No,
him-
Carl, I was holding up the 3 home runs for Reggie Jackson in the World Series.
I didn't understand what
I was
you were
holding up the 3.
All right, I thought you were holding up a number that for a player that you enjoyed. John Chucker's in here. Who's the person, sports world, that captivated you? Like you had to watch, you have to watch, whether it's now or past. You're like, they're on. I've got to see them.
John says that's a good question. Yes.
LeBron in his prime.
Okay.
Michael in his prime. Those were a couple of guys that every chance I got, and Magic was the other guy growing up.
There was another guy we mentioned earlier.
Dr. J was the first poster I had on my wall,
Yes,
and
I did
Dr.
too.
J was that guy because my first game was actually an ABA game, not NBA. But yeah, that's him too.
I saw that team that won the NBA title play the Cavs up at Richfield Coliseum. That Moses
Wow,
team.
the old Richfield Coliseum.
Yeah. What a dump.
Sweatbox.
That thing became a homeless shelter.
All these old convention centers and arenas back in the day before they started constructing these new, they were all dumps.
Well, Richfield Coliseum was in the middle of the snow belt. I mean, it was literally right in the middle of the snow belt. So it was like the most disastrous weather that you could get in and out of there.
Believe it.
What do you got coming up, man?
We'll talk to Kurt Heelan, and we'll talk some NBA and some Hawks with him. And we're going to talk to Evan Mack. He is the host of the new Kick Rocks podcast for Odyssey 2400.
Okay.
So we're promoting that. So, we'll talk some wrestling with him. He's a wrestling podcast.
And he's getting a bunch of guys on, I'm sure.
Yes, he is.
All right.
Not as many as I do, but I mean, listen.
Right on.
He doesn't get as many as I do.
I mean, not the level of the guys I do. I just talk to the owner of AEW. So, but anyway.
All right, man.
We'll get to all of that.
Well,
4 hours.
Stick around. Chuckery's coming up next. Hey, man, let's get out of here and start our long weekend. And clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Hey, big shout out to our guest today. Chuck Smith stopped by. Also, all these interviews online at Odyssey.com, guys. We got a chance today. We were talking about a lot of different things. The All-Star Game, again, is this weekend. I'm not trying to tell you not to watch. I'm saying the slam dunk contest, for me, has run its course. But I'm watching the All-Star Game because I want to see the best players in the NBA competing. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then, Mike, next week when we come back, we're going to start diving in to potential combine conversation, meaning who's going to go there, ball out, have a great combine, and increase their draft stock, that is, as the combine is getting ready to start here at the end of the month. Hey, man, Chris, by the way, have a great weekend. Chris, you're on for us Monday. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be on noon to 3:45 tomorrow, and then in for you guys, 2 to 6 p.m. on Monday.
Right on. President's Day special.
Make sure you listen to that. Beau Morgan, executive producing. Have a great weekend. Again, President's Day, we're back Tuesday, 2 o'clock. We will be here. Mike, enjoy your trip. Have fun. Hope you guys enjoy the time out there out west. Hey, man, let's get out of here. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, damn, I wish I had a jump shot or I could hit a curve ball. Manny Machado. This is not even NBA money. It's baseball money. He signed an unbelievable $300 million deal 4 years ago. He's going to opt out at the end of this year. He's going to forfeit $150 million and re-up and bet on himself. It's kind of what NBA players have been doing later. Shorter-term contracts. Had an option. He's going to exercise it. Carl, what if I told you you're going to say, yeah, $30 million, now I'm going to pass on that because I could probably make more somebody else.
It's crazy. Hey, I got to get out of here. Tiger Woods is on. If you love the show,
tell your friends.
If you don't,
I thought Reggie was overrated.
Hack journalism.
Now, your game traffic. 92.9 The Game's traffic.